Okay, all right.
Oh yeah.
All right. Infernal greetings, infernal blessings to all. Welcome to our show this evening, where we will be discussing necromancy and any all things on the left hand path. If you are in the chat room, hold your questions towards the end of the discussion. We will alert you when to start typing in your questions in the chat room, and then we will go around and start entertaining questions.
Has the YouTube opened up? Because I'm on YouTube and I don't see it. It still
Yeah.
says waiting on my end.
Oh, stop. Hold on. See, this is the thing that upsets me because I connected it. Hold on, bro.
Yeah, I don't see it lit up on this thing here.
Let me see something, bro. Okay, now. All right, it's there.
All right. I'd
All
hate
right.
for us to do the whole live and and then realize
I
we
can.
never
It's
streamed.
connected now because I keep forgetting that when I go on YouTube, I gotta connect a different way
Let's see.
than what I normally do. So there's people here. All right. So infernal greetings, infernal blessings once again to all. Uh we had a little minor difficulty or technical difficulty, but we're back in business. Welcome all for showing up this evening. We plan to discuss necromancy and other thoughts and musings on a left-hand path. Please hold all your questions for myself and Demetrius until after we are done discussing this first part. Once we're done discussing this first part, then you will be alerted to when to start to type in your questions for myself or Demetrius. All right. Now, the topic for this evening is necromancy. Necromancy was a topic I decided to choose because necromancy is near and dear to me. So I always make sure that I discuss something related to necromancy. Now, necromancy would probably consider one of the oldest, if not the oldest, form of magic, sorcery, or shamanic type of existence as far as magical traditions and things of that nature. Since the beginning of time, humans have sought questions for what happens after death.
Yep.
What happens when someone translates from the physical into the spiritual? So, these are some of the questions that have always baffled humanity and most likely will continue to baffle humanity for there's no clear-cut answer. Ultimately, to experience and understand what death is, necromancy offers some form of answers by your communication with the spirits. Okay? Now, there's different ways to communicate with spirits. You know, one of the biggest ways to do it, according to some of this occult conscious crap, is channeling. People all love to channel.
Ugh.
But here's the problem. I'm going to pose the problem immediately because I'm controversial and I like being controversial and I don't give a damn. Okay? The problem is with channeling is that you cannot guarantee that you're actually channeling who you are determined to channel. So let me use an example, one of my favorite examples. So if I channel Prince,
Hmm.
okay, let me explain something about death that many who claim to know about death do not know about death. Within the first 72 hours, when a spirit passes, they are in a state of shock. They are in a state of what would be considered limbo almost. Some of them do not even know they passed.
Mhm.
They're still somewhere stuck on this side mentally and have not dealt with the fact they're on the other side of the veil. So that in itself is very difficult to channel spirit because the spirit's confused. This is what makes it difficult. The second thing that happens to a spirit is they seek and they begin to look for their relatives, their family. That's the first thing they look for. The third thing they look for, depending on the matter of their death, the manner of their death would be, let's say, if they passed because of a accident, car accident, or if they passed due to a death of being murdered. Okay? So when that happens, they are seeking their murderer, the individual or the person responsible for their untimely death. Problems occur if you're channeling. How do you actually attract the spirit to you when they're in a state of confusion, shock, or seeking their family? This is why I don't always accept or therefore believe people who say they channeled such and spoke to such and such, because me knowing necromancy, having worked this for years, I did necromancy before Left Hand Path. Working this for years, I understand there's a nature of transition that the spirit really is difficult to contact. Okay. So this is what makes me a little leery of individuals who say that they channel someone.
Yeah, Paramahansa Yogananda said, if anybody claimed to channel him, it's not him.
That's a fact.
He told his disciples that. He said, don't believe that shit. It's not
Yeah.
me. I mean, there's some um, that channel spirits and that are not disincarnate spirits, but like demons and whatnot. Okay, I can get that. And there's only a couple of those types of people that I actually trust in what they say.
Yeah.
But before I really get into it, I cannot see anything in the chats or anything on YouTube because mine still says waiting and pending and all that other good stuff. I don't know why on my side.
Well, I'm looking here. There's 11 viewers right now.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can't see nobody.
Yeah.
I
There's
can't see
11
anything.
viewers right now
Yeah,
and 13 viewers now. So I don't know what's happening on that
yeah,
end, but it
I
showed
don't.
up here. So
Yeah,
no one's typed in the chat yet, according to what I'm seeing.
yeah, because
So
mine still says upcoming on YouTube, and
refresh your page, see what happens.
yeah. Let me see. Yeah, still says that.
Unbelievable. This is the link. This is the one I created. So,
I know, and we are on the Temple of the Black Serpent. So,
anyways,
all right, we'll keep talking.
yeah. If y'all in the chat room, if you're all out there, just type something so we know it's out there. Because for some reason this is kind of
Acting
thrown
real
off this
crazy and
evening.
weird right now. I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, I agree with you about that necromancing being a really old path and current. Because I mean, really, you got to think ancient man, somebody drops dead or whatnot. That's a great mystery. What happened to him? you know.
Yeah.
So they'll do everything to either A, appease the spirit so the spirit doesn't visit any harm, which like you said, the like somebody who dies suddenly is going to come back looking for the relatives.
Yeah.
So to keep that crazy shit from going on in the house or whatnot, they'll do stuff to appease that spirit,
Yeah.
usually give them something that they enjoyed in life. But I know like I don't know if it's all Jewish people if they do this, but I know Orthodox I think does this where they when somebody dies for a few days, I think it's a few days after their death, they sit in the house, real quiet,
Hmm.
turn the mirrors to the wall, all kinds of stuff like that. So as the spirit revisits the house, they'll notice nobody talking or paying attention to them and they can't see their reflection.
Facts. Yeah.
So they can, I guess, get it that they're not there anymore.
Yep. That is what they do in their religion.
Mm.
But the purpose of us discussing this is because I don't think people understand the value in necromancy. Uh, or maybe they're just afraid of spirits. Maybe they're afraid of what happens when you open the veil to the other side. But we have to kind of clear up some incorrect notions that are out there. It's not as easy as people say it is to channel. And especially celebrities, when they
Hmm.
pass just like any other spirit, they're not a celebrity on the other side. So get that shit out your head quick. They don't come on the other side and all of a sudden they have a whole freaking red carpet and paparazzi in the afterlife waiting for an individual pass. You're just a regular soul or spirit on that side. There's nothing waiting for you that's going to make it grandiose.
Yeah.
You understand? And the fear and the nervousness and the wariness of some of these spirits is is overwhelming to some of them. So it's very difficult to channel them. Okay.
Hmm.
I don't care what people have said. I don't care what in the past they said. I received communication. And the reason I say this is because then it leads to this fact, and this fact alone is what I'm trying to get to. Any spirit can pass themselves off as the so-called celebrity you're trying to
Absolutely.
channel. Okay. And especially if they're seasoned spirits, like meaning they've been passed or, translated years ago, they know how to tap into certain currents and vibrations and can pass themselves off as a spirit that you are presently trying to communicate. Again, let me repeat because you might have missed it because there was some difficulty from one side to the other when we shifted our YouTube. Okay. 72 hours, in the first 72 hours, a spirit passes into the next existence, pierce the veil. Some call it the afterlife. In that 72 hours, a lot of spirits do not even know they're dead. A lot of spirits are in a state of shock that they even did pass.
Hmm.
Okay. And so they're in a confused state of a mental state of confusion. And there's a lot of things that bombard these spirits when they first pass. Okay. There's entities in the afterlife that are waiting to devour you.
Yep.
And they're waiting to devour your consciousness. So therefore, this is why you hear some individuals who pass will say, I saw a light. These are the people who had near-death experiences. I saw a light and they were calling me into the light. Well, see, the problem with that is there's entities in that light that are waiting to devour you. You're supposed to look away from the light and stay in the darkness, but because we've been taught to be afraid of darkness and darkness is wrong, evil, and so on and so forth through religious indoctrination, we tend to run towards the light because of religious indoctrination. We think the light is right, good, and holy. Wrong. And because these entities know that, they're there to devour you. And
Yep.
so, therefore, some spirits end up devoured or in a state of limbo because they cannot move further. These beings literally devoured just about everything about them. So they're stuck and they need someone here here to do it for them, to help them break past the limbo that they're stuck in. All right. So you got to understand, when we deal with necromancy, it is not just like other magical traditions where you do an invocation, you do a certain, you know, path working, you use a sigil, so on and so forth. You can utilize all that, but there's more involved to it in necromancy, because you're actually dealing with spirits, like, on the other side, that are looking to get in here.
Yeah, and I hope this goes without saying is that there's a lot more caution that needs to be taken while practicing necromancy too.
Mhm.
Um, it can be you know, a little dodgy dealing with the dead. Not to
Yeah,
be spooked out or anything, but everything in this cosmos and this universe eats, including spirits.
exactly.
So yeah, we got I know people who brag about having spirits in their house and all that stuff. No.
Yeah,
They got some place
exactly.
to be, you got some place to be. Y'all can't be in the same place at the same time, hanging out for long periods of time. Uh-uh.
Exactly. That's exactly. Fun boy, I'm going to get to your questions. Demetrius is going to get to your questions, but first we're going to go over some important information on necromancy, and then we'll go through the chat room and go back through the questions and answer them after this first initial part. So don't worry, we're going to definitely get to your question, which is a very good question.
Mhm.
So all right, so now, understanding necromancy and communicating with the spirits that have passed is a very fundamental aspect when you are working necromancy. There's something that we have to understand, that's a difference from today's magic to magic in the past. If I go into ancient Kemet, Egypt, they worked magic from a different mindset. See, today we've been so flooded with respect and reverence and honoring, and oh, thank you, and devotion to this deity, and I love you, and here's my offering, blah 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 blah. Well, ancient Kemet wasn't like that. They was nasty with it. In their magic, when they contacted an entity, a deity, spirit that passed, they gave that spirit one choice and one choice only. Let me explain that. And you could go do the research on this. Okay. I have, and I've seen the documents and things of that nature, where in ancient Kemet, the priesthood or the magician would tell the deity, the demon, the spirit, that here's your choice. You either do what I say, or you will be cursed forever. Your name will be blotted out of history. Your statues will be torn down, so on and so forth. They did not play. The priesthood was not sweet and nice like we've been taught by this comedic conscious crap that people are filtering out and watering it down because they still have a religious mindset. In ancient Kemet, they were vicious, and they literally said, listen, hey, Ru, if you don't work with me, your wings will be clipped. Your name will be blotted out. You will be cursed, and your lineage after you will forever be cursed, so on and so forth. So, where along the line did we get so soft that we feel like we have to grovel and beg these spirits and deities and entities, so on and so forth? When did it change? It changed a lot. Of course, we understand, because of monotheistic religions.
Hmm.
And therefore, we took the mindset of you're no different than me to this new mindset, like you're greater than me. They didn't feel like that in ancient times. It was either you do this or we taking you out. You do this, or you're going to be feeling the wrath of me.
And that brings up another point. All those curses and baneful magic and nasty work that you've been studying and learning about and all that stuff, that's not for you doing that to your neighbor that let the dog shit in your yard.
Mm-hmm.
It's not what that's for. That's for them spirits and whatnot when they get out of pocket,
Yeah,
when you have issues and problems and whatnot. I got I
exactly.
got jars in my freezer right now.
Yeah,
Put in that work in on them.
exactly. And see that that is what has to change in the way we work this left hand path. I know you've heard Demetrius and myself in a lot of these videos that we've done live, and even some of the recorded videos where we discuss the mindset of left hand path practitioners and how there is this filtering in, not filtering out, but filtering in of a lot of religious doctrine inside the left hand path, a lot of worship, a lot of these things that are done more so on the right hand path, more so on, these right hand path occult traditions and so on and so forth, has now filtered in here. And you're getting away from the basis and importance of what this path is all about.
Mhm.
This path is for you to obtain apotheosis, self deification. To deify yourself is not an easy task
Mm-mm.
when you are constantly elevating something above you. What does that mean? For all those left hand path practitioners who watch this video, or those who don't, spread the word and hopefully they watch it. You're still worshiping. I had this individual when I posted that on Instagram, and young individual, of course, because they're the only ones who ever want to comment as if they know more than you when you've basically been doing this when they were still in diapers. But anyway, that's a different story. So this fool wants to comment and say, well, in the past, worship meant honoring. I'm very aware of etymology. I did studies of the etymology of a lot of words, a lot of the English words, and what they really mean. I'm very aware of that. But the fact is, it still remains. In the past, when you honored, they still had a dual meaning of the word to honor. It was you honored someone outside of you who you felt was worthy of honoring, like a judge, like a baron, someone who was of a grander social level than you, so called. Okay, and then there's honoring yourself. The left hand path is about honoring yourself. It never was about external honoring. So we have to get this mindset that when you are working this path to deify yourself, you can't deify something else. That simply means to deify yourself is to deify yourself and only yourself. That does not mean you cannot acknowledge someone and give respect that they also have done the work. But I am not bowing anything to you. You understand? We will stand together and do the work, but at the same time, we're also individuals because we have our own uniqueness to ourselves.
Mhm.
And this is where the left hand path is sometimes jumbled because you'll hear in one moment, deify yourself, apotheosis, then you hear the other moment, hail Satan, hail Belial, hail this. And you are this and you're so great and so grand. Now we get away from the fact that if I work with Belial, what is my real purpose for working with Belial on this path, anyways? Is it to beg and ask for things? Or is it to realize you are Belial, you are a deity yourself, so I take things? What do you have to say about that, Demetrius?
Um, well, I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, when you're using, and that's exactly what you're doing, um, these deities, these spirits and whatnot, you're using to add something to you. to change something about you or in your environment. You know, when you're groveling and whatnot, a lot of them do have a spiritual consciousness behind them. They do not respect that shit
Mm-hmm.
at all. Now, some of them will just lead you on and keep you doing that, and mislead you and misguide you and
Mm-hmm.
keep you groveling and whatnot because they're getting energy from you. They're vamping off of you.
Yep.
So you are extending your life force to something else, and they're not going to give you anything back. Maybe occasionally give you a little bit of something, but you're always going to be like a slave to them. I mean, if that's how you want to get down, that's fine. That's you. I personally am not interested in that. I've been involved in that kind of work, and I didn't fare much out of that.
And that's
I'm
a
just
fact, brother.
it's just not where I'm at right now in my evolution. So
Exactly.
yeah, um, I've seen that even in African traditions, like in Palo Mayombe,
Mm-hmm.
people worshiping the prenda, and I'm like, yeah, aren't you supposed to be the one controlling this energy
Yes, they are.
instead of being controlled by it? You
Yeah.
know, that becomes mother and father to a person, and they get real fucked up about it. I'm just like, wow, you put all of this stuff, these energies, these entities into this pot, and you're supposed to be controlling this little world to affect different things. Because Palo Mayombe is a necromantic um, African tradition for those who don't know. But now you are raising it above yourself, and this is where people start to go crazy. Things go haywire. They start to get drained. You know, they're at the mercy of this what appears to be an inanimate object,
Yep.
and that's no good.
Exactly.
You're
And
upside down. You're basically upside down like a house with a bad mortgage.
yeah, and that is, in a nutshell, that is the kind of the basis of a lot of the African traditional religions.
Mhm.
They, they still have this mindset of worshiping the Orisha, worshiping the Mapongo, worshiping, and as long as you keep worshiping, you're never going to take your throne and sit back on your throne because you're given that energy to something outside of yourself, to something else. You are, by all means, very powerful, but you have not allowed yourself to be powerful because you think you need something outside of you to obtain that power, to obtain that power that is rightfully yours, has always been yours, has been inside of you for however long you can imagine. But I'd like to also read a couple things to you guys on the different mindsets of what really is taking place. All right. I don't know how many of y'all have ever read the pyramid text, particularly when Unas speaks about devouring the gods. So I'm going to read a little utterance from Unas so we can understand a different mindset from what's shifted from back then to today. Okay? Unas is he who eats men, who feeds on gods. What does he do? He feeds on gods. It is Hansu, slayer of lords, who cuts their throats for Unas, who tears their entrails out for him. Unas eats their magic. He eats their magic. If that's not vampiric, brother,
Yeah.
I do not know what it is. This is why when certain people tell me that vampirism started in Europe, I say you must have not read the pyramid text, which existed like 4,000 years ago. Anyways, Unas eats their magic. He swallows their spirits. Swallows their spirits, Demetrius. They're big ones for his morning meal. No, he just ate their spirits for a morning meal. Like this is just breakfast to him.
Yeah.
this ain't even dinner yet. It's just breakfast. The middle ones for his evening meal, and the little ones for his night meal. Unas has encompassed the two skies. He has circled the two shores. Unas is the great power that overpowers the powers. Unas is the divine hawk, the great hawk of hawks. Those whom he finds on the way, he devours whole. Unas is God, oldest of old. Thousands serve him, hundreds offer to him. See the difference?
Yep.
He was devouring the souls. He was devouring the magical powers of the Netaru, the Natir, and other areas called the Orisha, the Mapongo, the gods, the deity, so on and so forth. He was devouring their magical powers. He was taking it for himself because he was the God of gods. He was the ultimate. He was the most powerful. In his mind, he achieved apotheosis in his journey in this time. So thus, he revealed or wrote it down, the pyramid text, as a document, so to speak, a text that would be passed for generations to those who really are of the left-hand path. It would find them. It would find them, and they would understand why you are more powerful than you could imagine. You know, Hollywood likes to do things, and one of the things they did was the God of Egypt. A lot of people didn't watch it because they had Caucasians playing the Neteru, the gods. I watched it because I looked past that, and in there, they showed Set, my brother Set, devouring all the energy or taking the power from each different god and taking it for himself. They were kind of showing symbolically that, you have a choice on this path. You can worship Osiris. You can worship Amun Ra, or you can be like Set and take the power for yourself. You could be like Set and realize that in order for me to achieve godhood, I must achieve a level of isolated consciousness. I must break from the paradigm. This old paradigm that's been ruling the world spiritually and mentally for thousands of years now. I must break free in order for me to achieve that level. Because for me to achieve that level means I have to take a thorough internal journey, which we currently do in the Patreon class through the tunnels of Set. I think sometimes, Demetrius, some people look at the clip off, they look at the tunnels of Set as an external working. But you,
No.
who has done a great job of creating a lot of these rituals as well, what would you say is really taking place when you work in the tunnels of Set?
Um, what's taking place with the work of the tunnel of Set and the cliff off too? It's a fucking jailbreak. Um, because I mean, this whole world is constructed to be a prison for us. So I mean, that's why I think a lot of this goes hand in hand. Cliff off, tunnels of Set, and necromancy too. Uh, it's this is your empowerment. This is by doing that work, you're breaking yourself free, opening your consciousness up more and more because you're freeing your essence up to be who you're supposed to be. You know, people may wonder what does this have to do with necromancy? I mean, that's giving you greater power, greater strength, greater will, because you need all of that when working with the dead or commanding the dead.
Mm-hmm.
And you being a god of your own world, well, hell, I don't know who all remembers Diablo, the Lord of Destruction
Mm-hmm.
game. There was a
Yep.
character in there, the Necromancer, And man, I remember being on BattleNet and slowing the server down because you're just creating all of these skeletons
Yep.
that are doing your bidding. That's you as a necromancer,
Yep.
you know. So once you, because I mean, the clip off tunnels and set, all of that stuff, that's to build you up, to build, to strengthen you, and empower you. Then you can go out there and show your ass, do the work. Um,
Yep.
call some spirits up, use those spirits, and build your kingdom. People get scared of that shit.
Oh yeah. I
What? Responsible? Me?
yeah.
Yes.
I already saw the shocked faces when you said build your own kingdom. Eh. It's almost like people are afraid to have something of their own, like a kingdom or something. Like it's sacrilegious to even think like that.
But that's so crazy because hell, even in Mormonism, that's there. That's why the dudes have all their wives and kids.
Yep. Yeah.
They're having building their own, supposed to be building their own planet, their own kingdom.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be doing the same thing.
Yeah. Exactly. You know, for example, in necromancy, there's an aspect of necromancy that relates to Unash that's why I kind of read that because I'm gonna tie this into in necromancy. Certain necromancers that understand necromancy, especially necromancers who also work with vampirism, who work with vampire magic, because the two are the same. They
Mhm.
both work with the death current. Don't separate it and thinking it's two different things. It's not. They're very
No.
similar. Certain necromancers who are vampires, who understand vampire magic and sorcery, devour certain spirits.
Mhm.
The spirits become food for them so they can charge themselves up and also receive the wisdom of those spirits. They're not just going to devour, Joe Schmo, who was an idiot down the street who recently passed. They're not going to devour that guy. If he's stupid, you devour that dude. You would be looking for the one who has like the most knowledge, the most wisdom, the most whatever it is you seek in this life to empower you. You would particularly select that individual to feed off of and devour that spirit.
Mhm. Also,
So,
that
go
is
ahead, bro.
a way of clearing a house too. If and also that lets the other spirits know what kind of time you're on. I've had that experience before of going to a person's house, a friend's house. They had some issues going on. Um, trying to clear the space, and the spirits decided they weren't going to leave, so I grabbed one of them. The rest of them went, "Oh shit, this nigga was off the chain," and left.
Yeah, that's correct. And you know, this is why when we do tunnels of set, especially this recent one that we worked,
Oh yeah.
people I think really don't understand the importance of necromancy when the tunnels of set and the cliff in itself is necromancy. You can't. Why did they? Okay, what is one of the names of the cliff? They call it the tree of what?
Death
Hello, people.
for a reason.
Yes, a very good reason. But I don't think people catch that because they get so caught up in the esoteric mysticism of the Qliphoth that they forget you're working and journeying through death
Hmm.
when you're going through each Qliphoth, when you're going through each tunnel of set, you are working in death.
Yeah, because the whole concept of the cliff off itself, I mean, the word the cliff off means shell.
Yep.
It's supposed to be an empty husk. It's dead. Literally, you're just in the tree of death. So yeah, you're definitely going to have some kind of connection to necromancy if you're working that path. That may not be your first love, but it is going to be a love.
Yeah, exactly. And you will understand death even more and its connection to necromancy as you journey through the Qliphoth. I would be safe to say that a lot of individuals on the left hand path have some way somehow been attracted to the Qliphoth. It is very pronounced, very promoted, and very, you know, spoken about on the left hand path. Michael W. Ford, Aseneth Mason, E.A. Coetting, Curtis Joseph, so on and so forth. You could go on, almost all of them talk about the cliff file. Some way,
Hmm.
somehow. That is a staple of going through the left hand path. Like you have to some way, somehow go through the cliff file in your journey. There's no getting around it, which
No,
means there's no getting around working with death.
no, and the thing about that too is not only with left hand path, working the cliff on this level in this way in shamanism or medicine path, they do the same thing. They go
Facts.
through something very similar to the cliff.
Yep.
They go through death. In ancient times, still in modern times too, shamanism at its depth, you don't become a shaman until you have a near death experience.
Yeah.
And there's different worlds and whatnot you go through, and they're not all pretty. It's not all about the pay your little money and it's a 3 day weekend kind of seminar, and then you become a shaman and get a certificate. No, that
Yeah.
shit doesn't mean anything.
Let's let's stick to shamanism for a second. Let's talk about ayahuasca.
Yeah.
Right? What happens? I'm sure some of y'all have done research. I'm sure some of y'all even partook in a ayahuasca retreat. Okay, but what essentially takes place when you are a part of that ritual? Let's call it, for lack of a better word, because it's literally a weekend long ritual.
Hmm.
You first drink the ayahuasca, and you literally puke your brains out.
Yeah. A
It's
lot of.
almost like you're eliminating
Hmm.
the old you. It is
Yep.
being hurled out of you. The physical component of you has to die. So
Hmm.
this is why you puke it out. Non-stop puking for like 30, 40 minutes. Ooh, that's intense, brother. I hate puking once. So imagine that long.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. People basically cough their fucking socks up.
Yeah. So then
It's
you
bad.
puke till you can't puke no more. Then something happens. And if you've ever seen some of these videos, true videos of what takes place at ayahuasca meeting, that they use night vision.
Hmm.
Woof. Mm. These individuals look possessed.
Yep.
These individuals look like they are trapped somewhere. They look like they zoned out. They look lost. Okay. You can see it in their eyes. They look scared. They look confused. And then after you go through that, then you take into a journey to receive your personal gnosis. You start to receive information that you and only you can receive, that is for you alone. And you start to understand, you start to awaken to a newfound aspect of yourself. This is exactly what the purpose of necromancy is, vampirism is, cliff off is, and what the left hand path is in general. We're just not using ayahuasca.
Hmm.
Okay. You're using your own mind, you're using your own power, you're using a lot of different things that are accessible to you at all times. And you're creating almost the same environment in the same altered state of consciousness to receive that personal gnosis you've been seeking your whole time. Okay. Because in some of those ayahuasca, some of them see themselves in their animal totem. Some of them see
Hmm.
themselves as a jaguar running through the jungle. So then some of them see themselves climbing up trees like a monkey, so on and so forth. We all have an aspect of an animal totem we connect to. I'm not telling y'all to run down the street and climb a tree like an idiot. I'm not telling y'all to crawl on the ground in the park, because they have a place for y'all if you do that. It's called the loony bin, because they'll think you're crazy. There's a certain place for that stuff. And that's why we have and do rituals in private a lot. Okay. Because some of the things that happen in rituals, people will think you're crazy. Like literally, they'll think you're crazy. Okay. But the importance of this is to understand your journey is always and will always be associated with death. That's why we're talking about necromancy tonight. You have to understand death. There is no way around it. You
Mhm.
cannot come in this path thinking you're just going to come to life and that everything is about life. It's not. Your path literally is going to experience death
Mhm.
multiple times while you're on this path.
I mean, the main one is the death of the ego, which is huge. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the thing that happens with the ayahuasca journey. That's why a lot of people sometimes afterwards they may need therapy because maybe they were narcissists beforehand, and then to have
Mhm.
the ego suddenly keel over on them, yeah,
Yeah.
does a
Now,
number on them.
don't get us wrong. We're not saying that the ego is evil, bad, or wrong like they do in
Mm-mm.
religion. There's a false ego and there's a true ego.
Yeah.
That false ego has to die because that false ego is the delusional ego that basically really trips out. Okay. And that false ego takes you off your path a lot of times, but you'll think you're on your path because your ego is so overbearing, overwhelming that you think you're the greatest. So you no longer are just like Robert. Now you're fucking Ra of ancient Egypt, and you walking around the city with a goddamn fucking scepter. Come on, man. Stop it.
Yeah. Well,
Stop
and this kind of goes almost into the question that the last question that Fun Boy asked, in a sense. So I guess, well, we'll let it wait.
Yeah.
Wait till the end.
Just let it simmer a little
We'll
bit.
let
Let
it
it
simmer a little
simmer.
bit because that's coming close to almost answering that one too.
Yep. Well, we coming close to the time we start taking questions anyway. So,
Yeah.
um, but yeah, so we got to really understand that this journey you're going to experience death. You have to be fine with that.
Mhm.
What happens a lot of times that I've seen with individuals when they come in this path, they say they're ready for the smoke, so to speak. They want all the smoke when they come in here. They say they're ready. And then when they get the smoke, they they run out of here faster than they came in. They
Mhm.
go back to the church. They go back to whatever spiritual tradition they was in before here. Okay? Because something scared the living shit out of them on this path, which is usually something about yourself. You
Yep.
just associated with some demon or something, none, buddy. That was you, all you, always been you. And it scared the living crap out of you that you couldn't handle it. Okay? So honestly, when you come here, you have to accept I'm gonna die. You have to accept not only am I going to die, but I'm going to experience death multiple times because there's layers to me that have to be destroyed. They have to
Mhm.
go. They have to die. Because if they don't, what happens? I stay stuck. I stay stagnant. I stay in one level and that's it. And this
Exactly.
happens a lot of times to people where sometimes people hit me up with they need a consultation or they need a reading. And what comes out a lot is they're stuck. They're stagnant. They're
Yeah.
just spiritually stuck. And it's because they didn't take one critical step and like they're afraid to take it. So they
Yeah.
stay there.
Because what happens with some people, because in the I keep it real society that
Yeah,
we're in,
that one.
grinding your heels in and whatnot will get you fucked up over here on the left hand path.
Yep.
Plain and simple. You can keep it real, but you're gonna be real fucked up
Yeah.
because there's a lot of transformation. That's what death is. Death is a big transformer. It changes things. It's alchemy. You're either torn apart, beat up, stabbed, poisoned. A lot of poisonings
Yep.
in the cliff off. Lots of poisons, lots of
Yep.
venoms and things like that because you're being changed not on a psychological level, spiritual level, and sometimes even on a physical level, you
Yep.
might feel some physical changes. So,
If you remember the movie Hellraiser,
oh yeah.
Pinhead would come to people And he would always say, I have such wonderful sights to show you, right? And what would happen a lot of times is these people were taken to the edge of pain. And that the individual who created that movie, Clive Barker, understood something about the occult. They understand when you go to the edge, when you take and allow your pain to take you to the edge, it's when you can break free.
Hmm.
But when you run from the pain, you hide from the pain, you disappear from the pain, then what you're doing is a disservice to yourself. That's why in the movie Hellraiser, the bodies a lot of times were torn apart with the chains, right? They would
Yep.
take the bodies and tear them apart. I ain't telling y'all to tear shit up like that, man. Come on. Don't do it, man. What I'm telling you is symbolic. It's symbolic of ripping yourself apart
Yep.
and being exposed to yourself. The shit you don't want to deal with is being exposed. Okay. And now you have to grasp it because one thing that happens a lot, people will come and tell you they want the smoke. Then they start getting the smoke and they don't want the smoke no more. They go disappear and hide for a while. They disappear on your ass for months. You don't hear nothing from them. They don't tell you nothing, right? You think you cool with them, so you think, all right, they would give me a heads up, like, yo, I'm about to disappear. I got some shit to do. Cool, handle that. See you when you come back, right? Nah, they just disappear like ghosts. Nothing. What that means a lot of times is their spirit is so overwhelmed that they literally have to hide from what's bringing them pain. Okay, but what we've learned on this path, you can't hide.
It's you that's bringing it. You started the process.
Exactly. That's it. So that's why you could be in the Sahara Desert, hiding behind a cactus tree. You can't hide because they will still you still gonna find yourself wherever you're at. You could
Yep.
hide for a while. You think you could hide? Nah, buddy. You can't hide. You could be in the cactus tree, hide and chill and say, "Oh, I'm escaping this for a while." No, you're not. Because
Mm-mm.
wherever you are, that shit is going to always be there inside of you. It's always going to haunt you. It's always going to speak loudly in your mind. And unless you really want the smoke, don't say it. Because when you say it, you actually invoked it to happen. You know,
Yep.
you ever hear people say, "Oh, well, I, I don't know why this is happening to me," but you were witness to when they said, "Fuck it, bring it all. I don't give a fuck." Okay, you just, you just invoke that bullshit to come into your life. Now you're like, why is this happening, motherfucker? You just said that shit 2 weeks ago. You got balls, you got angry, and you told the whole fucking vibration of this existence, yo, this is what it is. Bring it. All right, here we come. Now you can't handle it. Mm.
Yeah.
Handle it, right? So why I use Hellraisers because you are going to be torn apart here. You have to accept the fact that I'm going to be torn apart. You have to accept the fact that there's levels to this thing on the left hand path. There's levels to reach an apotheosis. And just when you think you got one level, but it is more to go.
Yeah. I mean, you are in effect creating your own apocalyptic experience. I mean, that's pretty much what it is. It's Ragnarok on a personal level, you know.
Yeah.
It's there's walls being torn down, things being blown up, and things opening up and being
Yeah.
revealed. But my encouragement to everybody with the work, stick with it, stay with it. Challenge yourself to stay
Yeah.
with it, no matter how fucked up it gets. Yes, if you need a therapist, talk to somebody, then talk to somebody.
Yeah.
But stay with it because
Yeah.
it's going there will be transformations, there will be things that'll open up, there'll be plateaus in that too, things that you'll learn and gain from what you've experienced. You know, because some people go, "What is this all for? This sounds like it's pointless, all this suffering." Well, I mean, you built this shit up. Now it's time to tear it down so you can free yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not pretty. You know, the older you are when you started, the more shit you got.
Yeah. Remember, people came after Gopi Krishna when he wrote books on Kundalini because they said he was initiated, blah, 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 all this bullshit, right? But he told them in his books, he talked about his Kundalini experience, and he made sure to mention that most people have never really experienced Kundalini experience. That's one of the things he said that always stuck with me. He said they like to delude themselves to think they have, but they haven't. He said because when you do really experience Kundalini awakening, it's fucking hard. It is
Mhm.
destructive and it is very, very painful. It is not sweet. It is not nice. It is not what we've been taught from the East that you sit there and you meditate. Ooh, and I'm behind in front of a tree, and oh, all this wisdom just comes pouring down into me. That's not fucking how it works. That's what we're taught to think it works. So we go to India seeking gurus. We go to China seeking gurus and all this shit. And you're your own guru, by the way.
Mhm.
And we go waste thousands of dollars to journey and find the answers that have always been inside of you. Find the answers that have always been inside of you. You know, I've said this like probably a million times in my videos.
Mhm.
In ancient Kemet, the ultimate ritual, which took place in the temple, but particularly in the sanctum sanctorum of the temple, which is called the Holy of Holies, translated to English. That's the most sacred part of any temple. All right. So when you went through your initiation, you went through the three different parts of the temple, which are Freemasons took that and created the first three degrees: entered apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason. Okay, which is symbolic of death, life, and death again, or birth, life, and death. All right, birth, life, and death. Anyways, when you get to the Holy of Holies, you usually blindfolded, which is where Freemasons got it from too. And there was a black curtain in the holies of holies. There's gold. There's all kinds of shiny little stuff in the holy of holies. You know, all this stuff to be like, ooh, look at how grand and beautiful this is. And the priesthood brought you in, and you were blindfolded, and they sat you down in front of this black veil or black curtain that you couldn't see because hopefully you couldn't see because you were blindfolded. And they asked you, are you ready to meet God? Of course, most people are going to say, hell yeah. Let me see who God is. So when they took off the blindfold, you saw a black curtain, but slowly they start to roll back that curtain. And what was there was this big golden mirror. And you looked and you saw a reflection of yourself, and you said, but I thought I was meeting God. That's human nature to a lot of times think like that. And the priest looked at you and said, you are meeting God. Look in the mirror again. And you saw a reflection in yourself. For some, that was like a dejection. They felt dejected, right? Because I'm supposed to meet God and it's supposed to be all this music and thunder and lightning and grandiose bullshit. And all they saw was a reflection of themselves. Some people felt dejected, like, no, I can't be me. I can't be God. Motherfucker, yes, you are. That was the point of the ritual in ancient Kemet. Your journey through the temple and going through the degrees of those temples was to learn you always been that God. And as long as you keep looking everywhere else but in front of that mirror and seeing your reflection, you'll never reach the level you've always been seeking. You are
And
that God.
and that is the mystery with some orders too. So for some of you who are like initiates or maybe involved in something, a coven or something of that nature, I'm about to take the flavor out of all your shit.
Take the flavor,
Um,
brother.
that that is the secret between the inner and the outer order.
Mm-hmm.
It's you.
That's it. That's a,
That is it.
that's the number one secret on this planet that's so hyped up about, kept so secret. You are the motherfucking God. Period.
Yep.
That's the secret. You've always been the God, but it baffles people because of the mystery and the, mysticism and the, we're put in the ethers, we're smoking the ethers and shit. We're all high looking for this mystical God to come on down and say, I am here.
Yeah.
I'm here. No, that's you. So I can see how people get dejected because how it's built up. But in all honesty, you should be awakened to the fact that, well, if I'm looking at myself, that means all things begin and end with me.
Hmm.
So who the fuck am I praying to? Who the fuck am I doing rituals with? What the fuck am I doing? I'm sure all those questions came out of those people in that temple. And that's when the priest broke it down for them. It was always you.
Yep.
It's always been you, will always be you. And as long as you don't accept that, you're going to keep calling on a demon. You're going to keep calling on a god, and you're going to keep asking for help.
And
When
even
you
some of this
Mhm.
tickles the almost an answer to the one question here too of Adam.
Yeah, yep, yep. And we're gonna get to Adam's question too. But you're gonna keep doing these things until you realize, bro, it's me. Sis, it's me. I'm the God. I'm not your God. I'm my own God. And I'm the only God there is to me, and I can only be my God, own God.
Hmm.
Okay. But knowing that, some people did end up having people worship them and follow them. This is why you have thousands of depictions of one deity. It's not because the fucker looked different all the time. It's because people took the seat. It was a title. Let's break this down. It's like a title, like when you're in the lodge, the Freemasonic lodge, you achieve a title depending on your memorization skills, depending on the work you do. You either a junior deacon, senior deacon, so on and so forth, till you reach worshipful master. And there's a worshipful master. You could be worshipful master for 20 years, then someone else takes the seat and becomes a worshipful master. That's the same in those times. Someone took the title of Tahuti. Someone took the title of Heru. Someone took the title of Obatala, and they're depicted differently all the time because that individual ascended to the heights that fills that seat and all the characteristics and attributes of that seat. But it was still them. They were
Hmm.
still their own unique individual holding a title. The problem is people get caught up in the title and then they get they get delusional and they
Hmm.
start to think they're Tahuti of 1,000 years ago or 5,000 years ago. No, you're not. Okay, you can only be what you are today and ascend to heights greater than you could imagine today in who you are. So this is why you have thousands of depictions of certain deities. It's not because of the time and this and that. It's because the people reached and ascended those seats. Those were seats you ascended to in those sacred orders. In those mystical orders, you ascend to seats and you hold that seat for a certain time. And so let's say me and Demetrius had an order, which we do, a vampiric order, right? And we have seats in there, certain positions, and people, took those different seats. Well, 100 years later, when people look back at that order and say, well, who was who and who's this person, who's that person, they're going to look at it from a different point of view, different
Yep.
perspective because of the time frame. They either will mystify it or they'll keep it basic. That's kind of what has happened over time and has led to people losing sight of what the purpose is of your initiation and journey. It's for you to ascend to the seat that you have always claimed to be yours.
Yep.
And that's it. Your seat can never match anybody else's. It's your own seat.
Exactly. I mean, it's like what I said earlier about the cliff off, the tunnels are set and everything. It's a jailbreak. You're becoming your true self, who you are truly supposed to be. And that's why I say stick with it.
Yeah.
If you are working the cliff off right now or any other kind of cathartic work right now, just stick with it.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of doing ritual is to affect a change. And sometimes it hurts, and sometimes you get dragged, depending on the type of work that you're doing. If you're
Facts.
watching this, it's a great possibility you're walking a left-hand path,
Yep.
and it's a great possibility that you're in the cliff off,
Yep.
wherever you are in that.
Yep.
But stick with it. You know,
That's key.
there's a degree of, I call it controlled surrender when it comes to that, because your ritual work, let's say you're opening the cliff of Gamaliel.
Mm-hmm.
You're opening Gamaliel. Okay, that you did your ritual, whatnot. That doesn't mean you're done. That just means you opened it up.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's time to just allow that to presence itself into your day-to-day life and stick with it.
Yep.
You know, yes, it might suck depending on, and not everybody's going to have bad experience with each cliff or whatever. There'll be some that'll be worse for others than for one person than it does for another. Just depends on where one's trauma is,
Yep.
where one's shadows are on the tree. Will
Mm-hmm.
depend on how much shit you go through. But I mean, this is what you're doing this for, to clear the shit so you can build your kingdom.
Yep.
Be that being that you are supposed to be. Achieve apotheosis. I mean, your magic's going to work better. Your magic's going to change several times, so I'll give you that. That's a freebie. That's gonna change,
Yep.
and so you can be your true you, the person you're supposed to be, the being you're supposed to be.
Yep. And that's a fact. And avoid the trap. And the trap I speak of that happens, it's not just on the left hand path, it's any path really. Avoid the trap of jumping around
Yeah.
because people seem to never stick to one thing long enough because they want quick fixes. And if they don't get a quick fix while they use the cliff off, they leave the cliff off before they even got what they needed or were supposed to get. They're bouncing to something else. That happens too often, and therefore you don't receive the benefits you should have because you were not patient enough. Patience and consistency are two big factors that sometimes are lacking in people's spiritual path, spiritual
Yes.
journey. You have to have patience, okay? You have to be patient. If you're not patient, you can't reap the benefit or the rewards of what's there for you. This is why even in Islam, yep, I went there. Even in Islam, the 99th attribute of Allah is as-sabur, which is the patient. The patient one. That was the last attribute because out of all these attributes, the 99th was the most important. You always have to learn how to be patient, no matter what. I don't care what you're into, what you're looking to do, you still have to be patient. If you can't exercise a level of patience, you're going to miss out a lot on what is meant for you to receive. Okay? And lastly, the most important one of them all is discipline.
Hmm.
It takes discipline to say, you know what? I may not get the results yet, but I'm going to stick with it till I do. I'm going to stick with it till I do. And that takes discipline.
Yeah.
Okay. That takes a lot of discipline because we're in a world that wants quick fixes. We're in a world where we just want everything now. No one wants to wait for anything. This is why relationships are so screwed up nowadays because some people can't wait to have sex. They're having sex in the first 50 minutes. You just said hi. How the hell do you know anything about this person and you banging it out? And then you end up in a relationship. And then 2 years later, you broke up. And I wonder why. You didn't know shit about each other. And now all of a sudden, you don't like this person because you see everything about this person that you don't like. That's because you were stuck on the damn lustful side of everything and wanted to exercise speed instead of patiently waiting,
Yeah.
right?
And also, you share a lot more than bodily fluids in sex too. So
Mm-hmm.
cosmic cooties are a real thing.
Yes, they are. That's a fact too. This is why discipline, patience is very important, man. I can't stress that enough. You guys have to. really understand if you're not receiving uh some kind of result from a certain ritual, that doesn't mean you won't.
Yeah.
From us doing classes, we've heard people receive a benefit of a ritual up to 2, 3 years later.
Hmm.
Now you would say, well, how did they know it's the ritual? You know when you did a certain working, and you'll know immediately when something happens that it's related to that ritual because your subconscious mind was open to that and it recorded the day you did this ritual and what came from the ritual and what it was opening up. All that is recorded there. And you will know, damn, this shit is related to something I did 3 years ago. You understand? Sometimes a ritual does not work right away
Hmm.
because of your blockages, because of your obstacles, because of your programming or any of these different things that don't allow the energies to flow through you the way they should. Sometimes it takes longer to receive a result. And if you're not patient enough to receive a result, you're going to be back in the church or the masjid prostrating. Oh, sorry, not that. Prostrating. You, you're gonna be prostrating with some fucking guy in front of you instead of a woman in front of you. You're gonna have a dude in front of you, and you're on the prayer rug doing salat. Okay, that happens. People will run back to that because I didn't get the right thing and nothing happened, or something happened and scared the living shit out of you. Now you want forgiveness from Allah. Fuck Allah. Anyways, another story. That's Enlil.
Yes, Enlil.
Yes, that's his crew. But anyways, let's realize that we have to exercise certain things here. All right. Now let's get to the portion where we start going back through these questions. So we're gonna go back to Fun Boy. All right.
Yep.
Does it help to have a patron deity like Santa Muerte? Go ahead, Demetrius. You can take the first. I'll take the second part of this answering this
Okay.
question.
Um, I would say it definitely couldn't hurt to have that particular current to tap into that to assist you in your necromantic works. Definitely doing some rituals with her to give you some gnosis on some things
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't be bad, you know. I mean, just doing invocations. I don't know if people invoke her or not, but I know like Hecate definitely
Yep.
invoke her. Going to the cemetery and do some work, or just be it if you're just in your house doing some work, you can invoke, and that will definitely give you some gnosis, some power, or just whatever it is you're doing. I think it's actually very good to have a connection to a particular current like that.
Yep. Now, what I would say, yes, definitely you could work with Santa Muerte, you could work at Baron Samedi, you could work with a lot of deities that are associated with death. Okay. That will help you understand the process of working with the dead because there is a process, there is steps that people like to sometimes skip and then they wonder why they're in a world of hurt. There's a process, there's certain things you got to do, certain things you shouldn't do. I'll give you an example. Sometimes we make mistakes and we'll take an iron cauldron, okay? Now, iron is associated with what deity? Besides Ogun, we ain't talking about Ogun, goddammit. All right. Iron is also associated with war.
Hmm.
You got to keep that in mind before you put a skull in that cauldron,
Yeah.
because war deities are different. And then you wonder why you're getting some shit popping off because you put the skull in a iron cauldron that by nature itself and the vibration frequency of iron is associated with war. Then you wonder why shit is off. You got to know these things, man. You can't just be like, oh, in Palo they do it like this. That
That's
don't
why
mean
it's
shit.
always on and popping in Palo all the time.
Exactly.
It's like
Because
joining the fucking Bloods or something.
Yeah, that's a fact, bro. And you gotta know, you gotta understand that before you put that skull in there and then say, "Well, shit, why is shit going crazy, bro?" You put if you're trying to work with a fucking spirit that, let's say, was a doctor, so you're trying to receive wisdom on medicine or herbs
Mhm.
or whatever the case. Why the fuck would you put the skull in an iron cauldron that is associated with deities of war, with the energy of war, with the planets of war? Why? You got to understand this before you do it. Well, when you work with Santa Muerte, when you work with certain deities of death, you get an understanding of what to do and not to do. Not to
Mhm.
grovel and bow and worship these deities of death. You're using their knowledge and wisdom as your own. You're taking it upon yourself so that you best know how to conduct and work your rituals so you have better results than some haywire crazy shit popping off. You
Mhm.
understand? So you should always know which ones. And don't just say Santa Muerte because that's the popular one. I'm not saying you are saying that, fun boy, but that's been become very popular in the left-hand path on the occult lately. God
Yeah.
damn it. There's a lot of other deities of death out there. Like
Tons.
thousands and thousands. But everybody wants to run to Santa Muerte, and that's just not gonna just doesn't work like that. Your vibration and frequency may not be aligned with that. It
Yeah.
may not.
I look at these deities almost like AI in a sense. You know how AI gathers information all over the web and whatnot. You work with particular deity. It's like a collection of info from the human collective. So now you're going to tap into that and use that. But yeah, you're going to use the one that rightly connects with you. You know, you're not connecting with one because it's cool or it's whatever. Now, if you got a true connection to Santa Muerte, wonderful, awesome, great. That resonates with you, wonderful. You might find a connection to the Baron or to Hecate or to even one that maybe not many people know about.
Yep, that's correct.
Because there
And
is a because I know Santa Muerte is supposed to actually be like a was it like an Aztec?
yep, an
Um,
Aztec female goddess of death.
yeah, because there is one, and I don't know if it's this one or not, because there's one of rot of decomposition.
Yeah.
So I
I'm
don't.
and I'm not even gonna try to say the name, goddamn, because I butcher Aztec names all the time. All right. So don't ask me to how do you say the name, Ravon? I'm not doing it. Sorry. But I know it starts with a MICT something. That I know. Okay. And that's the form of Santa Muerte that's the Aztec form where this modern day interpretation kind of derives from.
Yeah.
Okay. So we gotta really know these deities of death and the different ones that are out there, and you gotta find the one that you vibe with more than what is the more mainstream accepted ones. 'Cause there's a
Mhm.
lot of them, and you'd be shocked how many of them there are out there that you may not even realize that you connect better with, work better with, but you're trying to force it with Santa Muerte because everybody's telling you, oh, Santa Muerte does this and Santa Muerte does that for me. Blah, blah. Look, I worked with Santa Muerte before. It did nothing for me.
Mhm.
And everybody thought, well, it do something for you because you know you're Latino. This didn't do shit for me, regardless of what the fuck I am. All right. That shit got nothing to do with it, B. It didn't do
Yeah.
nothing for me. That just happens, and you have to understand that. Don't get confused either from what your physical appearance is or what your racial background is and all that, because we
Yeah,
got all
because I
kinds of
was
DNA running through us, so it could
yeah,
be anything.
because I was initiated into a Hellenic witch cult. So
Yeah,
um, connected with Hecate for many, many years. But as far as working with anything dealing with death, the best one for me out of that tradition was Hades.
yeah, exactly, exactly. So we got to know these things, man, before we start getting funky with the death and working
Yeah.
with the death current. Got to know who's who, what's what, because There's a lot of them out there, man, and that's just the facts. All right, let's keep it going. Um, what about haunted dolls? Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, fun boy. Anything from eBay, Etsy, and shit like that, I don't know, man. Motherfuckers will sell you your panties if they had to on Etsy and tell you it's haunted. These fuckers are retarded. Okay, I'm being serious, man. And I'm not telling you can't put a spirit in a doll. You can't trap a spirit in a doll. That's not what I'm saying. But when these fuckers start selling this shit, it's a
Mhm.
joke. It's become a joke now. Okay.
You're playing Russian roulette with that because
Yeah.
either A, it's gonna be bullshit, or B, somebody gonna sell you something fucked up.
Yeah.
And I've seen them both.
Yep.
I've seen both ends of that.
And you
And it,
wonder why fucking your lights are flashing at 3 in the morning. Go the fucking put the wrong thing in that haunted doll. Now you fucked. You
yeah,
understand?
but the whole concept of putting something in a dog. Oh, I love that. That's my
Yeah.
shit. I like putting stuff in something.
Yeah, that's kind of what in let's say when you work with the jinn, it's
Hmm.
kind of the same concept. When you work with the jinn, you trap them within a crystal, trap them within an object, you trap them within a ring or something like that, so you could always have that spirit at your disposal. It's kind of the same thing. But the doll thing, I don't know, man. It's just overdone. I think people been watching fucking what's the fucking doll, man?
Come on,
That
Chucky,
movie.
Child's
Huh?
Play.
Not Chucky, the other fucker, the girl doll.
Oh, Megan,
Nah, not Megan.
or yeah, there's another one. I hate dolls anyway, but
Annabelle. Annabelle. I think people been watching Annabelle and all that fucking shit too much, man. The guy's getting crazy. People getting crazy out there, man. Anyway, all right. So Funboy says, "Isn't it damn near impossible to cross the abyss?" Sorry about so many questions. No, it's not impossible,
mm-mm.
Funboy. All right. I'm gonna take this first part. Demetrius gonna answer the second part. The abyss in itself is your subconscious mind. It's not difficult, but it does take dedication, consistency, and discipline to cross into the abyss. Okay. The abyss is different than the void. People sometimes mistake the two as the same. They're not. The abyss is the deepest layers of your subconscious mind. That is not impossible to get to. However, it becomes difficult to get to if you're not so much you, just anybody. If people are not disciplined and dedicate consistency, are consistently working with it to tap into the abyss. It's not just going to open up because you did one ritual. Nah. You got layers upon layers upon layers upon layers of bullshit in our subconscious mind. We have a lot of shit, and it takes a lot of work to get through that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it depends on your age too. If you're younger, you could do work and get through a lot of that stuff, at a good amount of time. But when you're older and you like getting into this shit and you're 40 years old, that's 40 years of shit you got to work through. That you got to work hard to tap into the abyss. That's a lot harder. You understand? That's why when younger people get into this, I try to tell them, listen, man, discipline, patience, and consistency will take you far. Because you are younger, you can get to through these things sometimes a little faster. You don't have as many years of programming and caca in our heads at that younger age. So you can stop that shit and put what you need to go into your subconscious, conscious, and unconscious, and not be bombarded like we were for so many years. All right? Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, the abyss is where the ego death occurs. This is where it's supposed to happen. This is where
Mm-hmm.
it's supposed to go down in on the tree of death. And yeah, you've got Coronzon and then you got Chagall that are there. Those are the gatekeepers. Now, this is where I was talking about the whole I keep it real society
Mm-hmm.
that we got going on here. And I'm warning you, this is where you don't want to do that at.
Mm-hmm.
Because being devoured by Coronzon leads to nothing good. And there's a
Yep.
lot of magicians out here that say I've crossed the abyss and no, they didn't. They didn't make it.
Yep.
Aleister Crowley was one of those that did not make it.
Facts.
He didn't make it. You got several other ones that probably went up in the abyss and did not make it. They become Corazon's bitch.
Yep.
So, because of that, let Corazon have that ego. Let him have it. Let
Yep.
let him devour that, and release that, and allow that to go, and allow yourself to be transformed, and you'll make it.
Yep.
I know a lot of people make the abyss to seem like this horrible, scary thing. Yeah, it can be brutal and can be rough.
Yep.
This is a psycho spiritual mind fucking shift that you're going through. That's not an easy thing. This is like psychotherapy on steroids and crack. So, but you'll be better for it on the other side of it, though.
Yep. That's a fact.
So it's not impossible. It's just difficult.
Yep. You gotta remember, you know, unfortunately, so many people in this modern day occult love to worship Aleister Crowley.
Yeah,
I don't know why. And make him more hot shit than he really was, but whatever.
yeah,
But like when you really look into it, yeah, Demetrius is 100% correct. That fucker got trapped.
yeah. He didn't
That,
make it.
yeah, he didn't make it through, and that can happen. But that's why we mentioned consistency, man. Consistency and discipline takes a lot of hard work to get through.
Yeah.
All right, if you're willing to and you put the time and the effort and you study and you get the information that you really need to be able to do that, you'll do it.
And
I
remember, the abyss has two sides.
Yep,
That's the Cliphotic and the Sephirotic. They both
right.
suck.
Yeah. And that's why in the cliff file they'll tell you Dath is the actual gateway between the Sephiroth and the Cliffoth, and there in between there is where you find the abyss.
Yeah. I mean, that's why Doth is it's knowledge.
Yep.
It's like, Doth, death, Darth.
Mhm.
It's
That's
all
right.
it's all of that shit.
Yep. All right. So Iriduli says, and they use religious programming to lure you. There are often entities calling themselves lords of karma, which harass you and annoy you to do things for them in this life. Yes, there is. People think that spirits are there to love you, hug you, and dance with you. Sorry, not all of them. Some of them are there to fuck with you, destroy you, and devour you. That's just keeping it real. That's keeping it real. Okay.
Yeah.
They're not all there as your best friend. As a matter of
No.
fact, some of them don't like humans, period.
No.
Okay.
They you got some that feed on human suffering and misery.
Yep.
That's what they call loose energy. That's why you've got all these false wars and all this other crazy shit going on in our world right now.
Yep.
We're feeding things.
Yeah. All the
Um,
time.
but yeah, any kind of entity approaching you like that, showing up white flowing robes and lights and all that other stuff, even if it shows up all dark and black flowing robes and all that stuff, saying that it's Lord so and so, challenge.
Yep. Now, you have a right to challenge these so-called entities to discover if they are who they really say they are. Because there's a lot of imposters in the astral realm. A
Oh
lot.
yeah.
All right. Adam. Adam says, what are your thoughts on Carl Jung and his way of active imagination? Take it away, brother.
If Jung wasn't an occultist, he'd have made one hell of a one, I think,
Yep.
from the way he thought. And the concept of the active imagination sounds more like path working
Yes, it
to
does.
me in that sense. If you're not familiar with path working, it's exactly that, active imagination,
Yep.
where you are basically interacting with this active meditation, guided meditation. Not necessarily guided, it's like written out in ritual form.
Yep.
But I mean, if you want to record it in your own voice and do it that way, or just look at it and go through this adventure or whatever that's happening.
Correct.
But it's actually one of my favorite forms of magic is like that.
Yep. In my opinion, Carl Jung was a private occultist that never let on to people. I believe he took a journey into the occult.
Hmm.
I do. That's just my own personal belief from reading his books, the way he conveyed the things he was describing. Yeah, he tapped into something. Okay. Um. All right. Brett. Oh no, not Brett. Okay. Eric Jones has a good question. How do you devour spirits in astral travel? Eric, Demetrius, take the first
Yep.
part, and I'll add on.
There are various techniques, especially if you are vampiric in any way, shape, form, or fashion, which in essence I think all humans are to a degree. A vampire, that person that calls himself that is just aware of it. Um, in if you can maintain your focus on the astral plane and be grounded there and maintain lucidity, uh, you either extend the tendril to go to that spirit and consume it, or you can just go directly to it and attack it, maybe in an animal form, like in the shamanic medicine path, uh, tiger, bear, wolf, whatever. Um, make yourself look as wicked as possible because the astral plane is very plastic,
Yep.
very malleable. You can mold that however you want to and run up on one of these entities or whatever is out there and feed, consume it.
Yep.
But you better be sure though, because you're not the only predator out there, because
Yep.
there's other ones
Yes, there is.
that are just as aware, if not more so than you,
Yep.
who are doing the same thing you are. So um make sure that you acknowledge that and are aware of that when you are doing that kind of work. I'd even use that word of caution, even if you think it's just a regular, everyday, mundane out there too. Because one thing that I always be mindful of, I never underestimate the innate magic in a person. I never underestimate that.
Yeah. Now, what I'm gonna add on to that is something that Demetrius alluded to. When you travel to the astral, it is best that you rarely take your physical form that you currently are in. It is best that you take a beast-like form when you travel in the astral. Okay? Whatever that is you choose to choose it to appear as, you should not look as much as yourself as possible. Okay? There's reasons for that. We discussed that in the vampiric class on Patreon. There is a method to devouring the spirits. There's an actual technique on how to devour the spirits, right? There's certain ways, certain uh you use your eyes to feed, you could use your breathing to feed, you could use different things to feed off of these entities that are there that may be trying to devour you, you can devour them, or so on and so forth. But a lot of that stuff we really, discuss more in the Patreon because be real, if we talk about it here tonight, a lot of y'all gonna go try this shit and have
Yeah,
had no practice that led to building up to that point, and then some shit pops off, and no, sorry, I'm not gonna be responsible for people going through stuff like that. The ones who are in the class, they go through certain stuff, initiation, things like that, so they're ready for that. But trust me, there is ways to feed, but a lot of what you hear on feeding is very basic.
yeah,
Okay, it's not really complex information on how to do it, and there's a reason why they don't give you that complex information because you got to really have like experienced and initiated yourself within the vampiric current. It's not just, oh, I think I'm a vampire and look, I'm ready to feed. No, you could that stuff could backfire on you. Okay. But yes, that's one of the best things. Take on the beast-like form when you're in an astro as much as possible. And you know, you have to have some serious balls if you're gonna confront one of these spirits to devour. Can't go up there like, it's a game. It's not a game. It's real stuff because if they get the upper hand on you and they devour you, you can literally, your consciousness stay stuck out there. You become a vegetable here. And that has happened. Okay. This is why you have people that are in, psych wards and stuff like that.
Yup.
They're talking and it looks like they're talking to stuff. And it's because they literally see that stuff. We just don't see it. Their consciousness is still stuck in the astral, but no one's going to believe it because we've become so fucking, you know, so relying so much on scholarly and education and things like that, that the spirit people are very dead spiritually. So they don't believe these people when they tell you, I see a spirit, or if they're stuck there and why they're yelling or talking to this. That's why some of these people, homeless people that you see just yelling in the middle of the street and they're talking to someone, you can't see it, but there's something there. You best believe there's something there. They're not totally crazy like we think. So you got to keep that in mind. The astral realm sounds like a great place. We have a lot of these occultists that make it seem like it's so wonderful and great to travel to astral, and you're hanging out like you're in the corner. No, sorry, the painting, the way they painting the picture is bullshit. One,
Yeah.
two, when you're there, you find out it's not what they say.
Yeah, the
Okay.
astral realm is basically just the next realm over. That's
Yep.
it. There's nothing, people think they've attained some great feat by
Yep.
astral projecting. And I'm like, no, it's the
Yep.
hood. Everybody's there.
Yeah.
There's drug dealers, hoes, and everything else in the astral plane.
Exactly.
Hojo and Nuck Nuck and the rest of them in the gang, they're over there.
Yeah. All right. Can you give some insight? Oh, hold on. Did I skip? No. Can you give some insight on any herbs or health tips for good health for the mind? Yeah. Rosemary
Mhm.
is excellent. You use a monatomic gold, which is
Which
good.
is really good.
Colloidal silver is
Hmm.
good. Okay. Shilajit is good.
Hmm.
Ashwagandha is good. I could go on and on and on, god damn it, but I'm not going to. That's just some of the better herbs to use that can get your mind vibrating at a higher frequency and help you, with any problems you may have. Okay. DKNO Ashar says, how did Aleister Crowley get stuck in the abyss? Take it away, Demetrius.
By not transmuting his very large false ego.
What facts?
I mean, that's just the thick and thin of it.
That's facts.
And that's how everybody else goes in there and doesn't do well. It's the crazy guy who runs to the church. He's repenting because, he was in the occult and he saw this. Yeah, that's because he failed his crossing.
Yep.
He ain't gonna tell you that, but that's probably what it is.
Yep.
So he goes to the church, they can stroke his ego, and he can just sit there and go jerk off some other entity that he's calling God.
Yep.
So it's very important when you're doing that work to allow yourself to transform and transmute some of these things. Ego is the overblown false ego is not going to help you. You may think you're cool, but them spirits don't care. The energy in the cliff doesn't care. You're trying to grow past that, trying to go beyond that. I mean, yeah, Crowley made some contributions to magic, a lot of contributions and things like that, but whatever. Next, you know,
Yep. That's fact.
there's a million of him, and a million more are going to come and go. I mean, I don't mean to sound dismissive to Crowley, but I was in the OTO, and I'm like, yeah, what? They worship that dude. I could never figure it out. Like, why?
Yep. That's a fact. All right. So, Iridual. Yep. That's how I say it. Says, hey, you missed the first part of my question where I asked about the reincarnation trap. Why don't I see it up here, man?
Oh, here it is. Says, what are your let's see.
Oh,
Talking about the lords of karma, they annoy you in this life, and then basically preach religion ideologies for them only to reincarnate you again into the next life again and again. Yes, of course, they're gonna bring you back. And you ever see the movie The Matrix?
yep,
And remember when what was that guy's name? Cypher that decided to go back into the Matrix. What was it? What did he say? Donate my body back to the power plant.
yep, yeah,
And that's pretty much it. You live your life, you do all this stuff, and then you get to the end of your life, and then they talk about carry your ass into the white light. You do that, and they drain all the energy and the information, and then send you back to go get more.
yep. That's a fact.
And it's over and over and over and over again. Some of us haven't learned this one yet,
Yep.
but
And
you heard it here. Step to the side, get out of the light.
exactly. Get out the damn light. And also to add on, go back real quick. I'm gonna add on to Aleister Crowley, how to get he gets stuck in the abyss. The physical manifestation of Aleister Crowley before his end was of a broke, poor, unhealthy individual that
Mm-hmm.
is usually a sign that something fucked you up in the spiritual. When you are withering away in the physical upon death, you have been, before death, sorry, you have been literally devoured from the spiritual into the physical.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they don't tell you. You should be able to, depending on the work you've done spiritually, you should be able to maintain a level of health and your body should not turn against you. Okay? If you really say you're spiritual and you got some knowledge and you're doing work, you should be able to repair and heal your body from the spiritual to the physical. All right? I'm just leave it there. And clearly, Aleister Crowley withered away,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
sick, depressed, broke, so on and so
And
forth,
addicted.
and addicted. Exactly. That's a clear example of him being devoured and didn't make it into the abyss. Okay, this happens quite often. You can have all the knowledge in the world, kick all the facts, but your physical manifestation will eventually wither away because it's a reflection of what you are currently experiencing in the spiritual. Shit don't happen in the physical first. It happens in the spiritual. The manifestation shows up in the physical. So when
Mm-hmm.
people get really sick and wither away and things like that, they're being devoured on that side. I don't give a damn how dope, deep, spiritual, how much knowledge they sounded they had. Nah, they got fucked up. That's what happened. Sorry, but that's just the facts. That's what happened. The more people get in deep into the left hand path and deep into this work, the more they see how that shit really works. When you go through these tunnels and cliff off, you can see how come people get devoured. You can see why they're getting withered away. That's hey. All right, Darvis. I've worked with Baun Samzi, and I notice I've been having a recurring dream with me in the entrance of a forest, and a funeral is going on, and the casket is white, and everyone has on black and white. Okay, when you work with the Baron, as we know, he's the head of the Gide or Gide, okay? Or the Gide, some would say, but it's Gide or Gide, okay? Now, the Baron is the head of, and the forest a lot of times represents your mind, could represent your subconscious mind, and the things within the forest represents the things that are there. Okay, the funeral is going on with the cat on, and the casket is white, and everyone has on black and white, can represent some part of yourself that the Baron is trying to show you that needs to die, needs to wither away, needs to pass away, needs to be destroyed or getting rid of. Okay. That's just what it could be. It could be many things. When it comes to dreams, dreams are usually 95% personal
Mm-hmm.
and 5% external. Let me say that again. Dreams are usually 95% personal and 5% external. What that means is your dreams are usually about you. I don't give a damn who shows up in your dream. Even the Baron being in your dream has something to do with you. Baron is an archetype. What does the archetype of Baron represent? And what does it represent or connect with about yourself? Okay. First part. Second part is, what is an entrance? The entrance is usually a doorway, a gateway into another place, location, existence, so on and so forth. Okay. The forest and the trees in the forest, the creatures in the forest can represent ideas, can represent experiences, can represent a lot of different things that are within your mind. But the casket, what you have to ask yourself is, were you in the casket or was someone else in the casket?
Mm.
And if you don't have the answer to that, go back into that dream. And don't say I can't. Yes, you can.
Yep.
But I'm gonna give you a technique to get back into your dream. All right. As you explain this dream to me through this chat, how you typed it out is exactly how you used to have to repeat it to yourself over and over before you fall asleep. Over and over before you fall asleep. And you are then saying, while you're describing the scenery of what you saw, I want the answers. You do this over and over. Repeat everything that you saw in the dream and then finish it by saying, I want the answers. You repeat this over and over and over until you get the answers of what that dream really represents. The answer will come to you. I can only interpret it from my understanding of dreams and the occult symbols and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to more so interpret it because it's your personal dream. So I'm only giving you things that can hopefully help you on your journey to interpret what it's really being said. Okay. Because of that, just practice that before you go to sleep over and over, and more will be revealed to you about what the dream means. Now, I'm going to give you an example why I gave you that technique. For years now, one of my techniques, now I'm sharing this with everybody, probably for the first time. One of my techniques before falling asleep, okay, is if I have something perplexing me. Yes, I used a big word. Congratulate me. Anyways, if I have something perplexing me, all right, what I tend to do is it's like a chant, but I repeat this over and over before I fall asleep. I want the answer to whatever it is. I want the answer to whatever it is. And I keep saying that over and over and over. And I fade away into sleep. And that's the last thought as I fade into sleep that activates your subconscious mind to discover the answer. It starts to journey through your subconscious mind into the unconscious to the conscious to get the answer. And a lot of times, my success rate, I would say, is 93% or so. Okay. Well, Ravana, how'd you come up with 93? I don't know. I fucking felt like saying 93%. But, anyways, 93% of the time, I get a result from using that technique. I can't say it'll work for everybody. All I can say is try it and see what works for you. You might have to, finagle it, flip it, do a little more to it, whatever, but try that. And that would help. I would say it helps you with your dreams and really getting answers to not just your dreams, but answers to problems you're experiencing, facing, whatever the case may be. All right. Um, So he also says, and I've noticed in the dream, it's a sort of sadness, but also thought of happiness. Just so many emotions goes on within that dream. Yeah, I would say this: your conscious mind does not want to let go of certain things, and neither does your subconscious. So sometimes it wrestles to hold on to things. So you'll experience sadness sometimes when you break free from certain programming. You will.
Yeah.
Demetrius used a perfect example of the Matrix and the guy who literally wanted to be put back into the power plant.
Yep.
He's a perfect example of that. He sometimes you just can't let go. It's fuck it. I'm just go back into that shit. So that's what they do. All right. All right. So DKNO says, so what's the difference between a false ego and a true ego? Well, the difference is the false ego is the ego who basically created itself to exist within this society and take on a certain persona to exist in this society, okay,
Mhm.
in this world that we live in. And what it happens is it will create different personalities to exist here. One, when you're at your workforce, when you're at your job, you take on a different personality than when you're at home with your wife and kids. You take on a different personality when you go to the gym. You take on a different personality when you whatever. That's just some examples. Okay. Well, all these things are not really the true you. These are things that you're experiencing from a point of reference of programmed society. The real you is not seeking to be you know, Tahuti. It's not seeking to be all these delusional shits we create about ourselves or anything else. The true you, the true ego, seeking apotheosis to reach apotheosis and receive the personal gnosis for your transformation. It's not
Mhm.
concerned with how people view me. It's not concerned with how I brag on myself or all this other shit. It's concerned with one thing only is reaching apotheosis. That's the true us. That's the real self. The false ego is basically trapped by the society and the world we live in and creates all this false identities to survive. You get
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
the false ego is also connected with the body, very associated with that. Believing the body is all that it is, and that's what it is.
Yep.
It's an identity, and basically, what is an identity? Identity is a belief that has a viewpoint. You believe that you're this, you believe you're that, you're this, and you're that. It's all of these things that you compartmentalize, and
Yep.
then your true ego is just that. It's definitionless. You know, that's just it. You just are what you are. I know that sounds biblical, but it's uh, it's just that your true self. Because I
Yep.
know a lot of people say, "Oh, this is really me," and usually that's a false identity in and of
Yep.
itself.
That's a fact. A good book that kind of lets you understand the difference between the two is the book called The Black Ship by Malthus. That's good working because it helps you understand these different characters that we play, and it then takes you into who the daemon is or the true self. So there's good works in there to do to really learn that. Eric Jones, personal thoughts on keeping familiar spirits as a sorcerer. Well, I'm gonna say this: you could keep familiar spirits with you, but there is a difference between a sorcerer and a magician. I kind of alluded to this before. A magician and a sorcerer. What is the purpose of a sorcerer is to ensorcer itself, yourself. It does the work of the self more so than a magician.
Mhm.
Okay. So as a magician, yes, familiar spirits are cool. If you want to work with that, if you want to use these familiar spirits to do work for you and all that, that's all good. Definitely all good. You should have a little legion that you work with to take care of some stuff that you can't get to. You send spirits to take care of that for you. But as a sorcerer, your main goal is to work on the self. Okay. Go ahead, Dimitri. You want to answer that too?
Yeah. Um, it all depends on what he's meaning by keeping familiar spirits. If you mean like keeping them contained in something or whatever. Because I know in the craft tradition I was in, they you got assigned like a particular spirit. And I know like in the Goetia or some other workings, you get assigned familiar spirits by some demon or whatever it is. But yeah, that could be helpful depending on what
Hmm.
the familiar is or what is it used for. You can use that as like almost like an advisor, a spirit advisor. You can send that out to gather information for you. And like Ravana said, you could have your own legion. Like the basic topic of tonight was necromancy, having a
Hmm.
whole legion of spirits that you send out to do whatever. I mean, in Palo, that's what they do with those with the spirits of the dead. You send them out to do different jobs, whether to gather information or spy on something, give you some information that way, or whatever the case is.
Yeah. All right. Anthony Jahir, what do you guys think about celebrities and musicians practicing the left hand path? What do I think? I'm gonna be real with you. Personally, don't give a fuck what celebrity or musician practices the left hand path. I personally don't give two shits. I really don't care who practices this path. I'm gonna tell you why. Two reasons. This path is all about self mastery, so I'm not really concerned about the feats of the plights or feats or works of others. One. Two, a lot of celebrities and musicians do not practice the left hand path.
Mhm.
That is a misnomer. Okay. A lot of celebrities and musicians are into things that appear to be the occult, but it's the people behind the scenes that are into the
Mhm.
occult that are twisting and turning the images of these celebrities to appear to be into the occult. For example, shit that pissed me off before, I laugh at now. When everybody was, oh, Beyonce's an occultist. Beyonce practices Ifa, which in the West is called Santeria.
Mhm.
Okay? She is not a fucking occultist. Get that shit off your twisted fucking minds. She's not an occultist. Beyonce practices Ifa. She's a daughter of Oshun. Okay? That is why she's always wearing yellow.
Yep.
Jay-Z is not a motherfucking occultist either. Okay. Jay-Z did get initiated in a lodge. He got passed to the level of fellowcraft and he was raised to a master mason. Now, if he journeyed up the Scottish Rite or the York Rite, I do not know. I'm not in his lodge. Okay. But a lot of them are not on the left hand path. I'm going to
No.
be real with you. The left hand path is like the minority of the occult world. It is very few of us out here. Don't get it twisted like, oh, look at this. Everybody's left hand. No, we're not.
No.
There's not a lot of us on the left hand path. It appears to do so. It appears like that because of social media. So social media can promote things and push things a lot further than in the past. But even with all this, you still don't have a lot of people on the left hand path. To be in a left hand path is really a solitary thing. And sometimes we two come together as groups, but this is very solitary work a lot of times. It's not a big social club and let's all hang out and do things together. It's
Nope.
not, oh, look at this and no, it's not. So a lot of these musicians and celebrities, they don't mean a goddamn thing to me. I get annoyed when people be like, oh, did you see this video? I don't care. Did you see the Super Bowl halftime show? I do not care about Usher. I do not care about none of that shit. Cause that's what happens in the conscious community and the occult
Yeah.
world. As soon as the Super Bowl halftime show is over, oh, did you see the ritual? Did you, motherfucker? You didn't ever do a ritual yourself to know what a ritual is.
Exactly.
So shut the fuck up. Most of these idiots that telling you, oh, did you see the ritual? Don't even know what a fucking ritual is to even tell you if it was a ritual. That's one. Two, they couldn't even properly break down what was taking place because they've never done a ritual. People just say things because it makes them sound deep, and people follow that because people are lazy to do their own work and study. Just keeping it real. That's just how I feel about it. I don't care about celebrities and musicians. I care about myself, mastering myself, and those who are like mine that we work together and communicate. That's what I care about. Fuck them celebrities because they ain't giving me shit. They ain't gave me a dime yet. All right. I could go on the fucking YouTube right now, mention the celebrities one by one. You know what I'd make out of that shit? Not a goddamn penny. Why?
Yeah.
Because they don't give two shits about us either. Most of them do not give two shits. Most celebrities practice a level of vampirism unconsciously,
I
don't
was
even
just
know it.
about to say that that's what you'll probably find. I think
Yeah.
there was one in particular that actually was a member of the Temple of the Vampire, but
Mm-hmm.
the only thing he's gonna be doing is bleeding you out on the stage.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was getting to. There, a lot of them are unconscious vampires. They are devouring the shit out of your energy that you are sending their way because we fucking love celebrities so much. We want to fucking sing their music, dance to their music, everything else, and don't even realize that they're feeding off of that shit the whole time. That's how they become so involved in your mind, in your thoughts, in your process. How we look at life is affected a lot by celebrities and things of that nature. This is why there's a celebrity syndrome, this actual psychological thing here. Celebrity worship syndrome is actually a real issue where
Wow.
people worship celebrities, where they put celebrities in front of themselves, where they will dress and try to emulate a celebrity.
See, that is right there. That is what happens to a person that's been vampirized to the max. They become a ghoul.
Yep,
They're basically owned by that celebrity.
exactly.
That's
And
crazy.
yeah, you got
That's
some
crazy as
people.
shit.
I remember when I was younger, you had some people that went out of their way in New York, in Connecticut, and different places. You'd have these street corner performers that emulated and try to look like Michael Jackson.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the look, the fucking Jerry curls. I'm talking about all that shit. Fucking bleach their skin. Tyrone was fucking dark skinned last week. This week, this fucker's light skinned like Michael Jackson. Something's fucking problem, man. Fucking problem, man. All right. If we don't realize the shit that this celebrity fucking bullshit does to us, hey, we don't deserve to get the knowledge and the wisdom to empower ourselves.
Yeah,
Because
meanwhile, Michael Jackson done stole all your shit, left the body. He's probably a
yep,
god somewhere in the astral plane.
Michael Jackson got his own throne chilling up there, fucking like, look, these motherfuckers still dancing, singing to me. Let me feed off these fuckers right now. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So we gotta keep these things in mind. Like, hey, celebrities can kiss my ass. All right, musicians can kiss my ass too. That don't mean I don't like music. I like music, but I'm not gonna worship these fuckers. I'm not gonna argue and debate about who's the greatest musician, who's the greatest MC or rapper, who's this. Fuck that. I'm not wasting my time with that because my life is not predicated on fucking any of that shit. Trust me, I'm a hip hop head for fucking years, but I'm not arguing with people debating about any of that shit because it's irrelevant to my fucking development. It just makes me feel good to listen to music. That's it. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, boom. Put on some Wu Tang. I'm doing my ritual. I got Wu Tang. I got my energy riding. Now I'm fucking doing some shit. But in no way, shape, form, or fashion do they affect me to the point that I care about them and if they're involved, if they're occultists or not. I don't. I just know from studying, research, and looking at shit, a lot of them are not. Little Nas X was not an occultist. The motherfuckers
No.
around him were occultists.
Yeah,
They pushed
them
and
Jews
promoted
behind
his
him.
image, and now that fucker's back in the church. That's how you
That's
know they're not into this shit.
yeah.
Now this fucker want to he Jesus this and that. Fuck that.
Yeah, I saw that. That
Yeah,
was crazy.
it's fucking
Um,
ridiculous. Go
as
ahead.
an aside, I say thank you to Darvis for the donation.
Facts. Thank you, brother.
And Iridu, the there are literal prayer candles with celebrities on them. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's a fact. They're right. They're right. There is.
Lord, oh shit.
I seen them, bro. I
This
seen them.
is crazy.
I went to a coat store here in Orlando. They have a candle section, right?
Yeah.
So I look at the top right corner. They have one of Prince.
Oh.
Yeah. Who else did they have one in there? Um, the guy from the door, Jim
Jim Morrison.
Morrison. They had one there.
What?
Ah, bro, I kid you not. They got this stuff over there for Prince's candle. Listen, this Prince candle, you know, it had a purple can. Had a purple candle. They had a fucking paisley design all around that shit. You know what I'm saying? They had a picture of Prince.
Uh,
When
Probably
Prince was
charging
looking,
mad money for that too.
yeah, they had the picture of Prince from When Doves Cry.
Wow.
Yeah, with the purple jacket and all that stuff, man. I was just like, man, these motherfuckers right here. Anyways, adult art design. What's up? I haven't seen you in a long time either, brother. Good to see you. Yeah, there's prayer candles, shrines, people. I mean, yo, we're sick. Okay, I'm be honest with you. Melanated people, we are sick sometimes. The bullshit that we do. We set up shrines and stuff to people and don't set up a shrine to yourself.
Yeah.
Do you know what you're saying when you do that? Don't tell me, oh, you don't understand the occult. Fuck you. I understand the occult probably more than fuckers who say that shit. That I'm what I'm doing is giving my energy to something else. That's what I'm doing. I don't care how you twist it, turn it, dance with it. You're giving your energy to something else, period. Right? Two, when are you going to build a shrine to yourself?
Exactly.
That's my thing. You should have a shrine to yourself. And my altar, okay, I've told y'all this before and I've put pictures up there before. I only have one archetype on there, and that's Set. But that Set represents me. It's not their Set, so I can say, "Yo, Set, let me offer some shit to you and set this." No, it's fucker is me. I don't have no other archetypes on that fucker. None. Why? Because that altar is a reflection of me and who I am and what I am. So all that shit that's on there is me. It's not other fucking deities, demons, gods, none of that shit. It's me. So when you see a motherfucking skull there, that represents my necromantic side. When you see a fucking, let's say, image or a statue of a vampire, that's me. That's it. And that's the shrine that most of us fail to build. You should have something dedicated to yourself that you remind yourself every day of the person you are and the powers you possess that are dormant or awakened or will be awakening. It's not wrong to do that. But some of us still have religion trapped in our mind. No, don't worship or put other guys before me. Don't have idols. Blah, blah, blah. All that fucking religious brainwashing is why people don't do it sometimes. It's still deep inside of us. I don't care how spiritual or cult you are. It's in there. Build a shrine to yourself. Okay. Gramancy says, what's good, big bro? I didn't know vampiric sorcery was so advanced, and I didn't know that necromancy was connected to it. Thought I knew it, but it turns out I didn't know. Well,
Yep.
it's not so much that you didn't know, is that you didn't get to that point yet. Because eventually in your journey, you'd see it. And vampirism. What do they say to, oh, I guess Demetrius got disconnected. But anyway, what do they
Nope.
say about the vampires?
I'm
Okay.
here.
Oh, okay. And looked like you disappeared for a second, brother. But what do they say about vampires? They say that they're the living dead, right? A lot of times they're the undead. They're associating vampirism with the current of death. Okay? So there's the connection right there.
Mhm.
Two, when a vampire feeds, you're feeding off the life force. In necromancy, when you work with the spirit The spirit is the life force that remains outside of the physical body. So the spirit is literally the life force, and you're still working with the life force, connecting with the life force, so on and so forth. This is why a vampire, the more they practice, the more they grow in vampirism, eventually learns that you can still feed off of spirits and the life force that they still emanate.
Yep.
There is no difference because the physical body is missing. It's still a life force that is retained as an energy matrix. Yes, I used another scientific term. I'm on fire tonight. Anyway, so the energy matrix is literally contained within here, and the life force is emanating from that. So we feed off of that. Vampirism, and me and Demetrius have talked about this quite often. I think people sleep on vampire magic,
Yeah.
vampire sorcery on the left hand path. I honestly do. There's reasons why they do, and I'll get to that. But I think they sleep on it because they don't realize the power in how advanced vampirism really is. It's not just feeding off a life force. It's not. It's much more involved than that. It's much
Yes.
more work involved because the purpose of vampirism, like anything on the left hand, anything else on the left hand path, is apotheosis. It's reaching your deityhood, reaching the level of becoming your own deity. That's one of the principles of vampirism is you are the only god that is. There is no other god but you. So in that essence in itself, we start to understand that vampirism plays a role because in some point, you're going to understand that this earth that we live in and the planes that exist and vibrate simultaneously with this earth all base their existence on the principle of predatory
Yeah.
existence.
Yes. And that's huge because humans mostly have forgotten that they're predators.
Yep.
Vampire is just one who remembers that they are.
Yep.
That's just it. Um, we have forgotten that, and everything feeds on something else. Vampirism is also receptivity. It's very feminine in nature.
Yep.
Being open to receive energies and things like that. And I don't know if people if they fully understand the use of vampiric techniques or magic as far as working the occult and in the cliff off and things like that. You need
Yep.
that power of receptivity
Yes, you
to
do.
really be able to affect your transformation as a magician, and also, well, you may do some fighting while you're out
Yep.
there. That is how you're going to get your gnosis. That's how you're going to get your empowerment.
Yep. And you're right. Receiving, being receptive. In order to feed as a vampire, you have to be able to receive. Otherwise, you can't
Yep.
feed. That in itself is receptive. It's the feminine trait. The feminine energy is to receive. So if I feed, I have to be able to receive that energy within me.
Mhm.
If I'm not able to receive something within me, then I can't possibly feed properly. I'm not receiving what I'm supposed to receive to evolve spiritually, mentally, so on and so forth. Um, Eridul says so many people in the spiritual cult community will say, give offerings or else, basically, or the spirits will punish you and you have to apologize. Like I say, listen, Eridul, you're what right on point. Demetrius and I have had discussions about this. We've
Mhm.
talked about this in the Patreon classes. I kind of alluded to this and went into it in one of the videos that we did recently. There's a reason for that. Okay. There is a worship DNA, a
Mhm.
gene that we humans actually have that's actually been discovered and actually
Yep.
proven that we have a trait within us, a gene that forces us to either worship, and then we have another DNA that forces us to decide if we're going to rebel. Okay? So you have this simultaneously inside of you as a human. Now, for those who want to deal with the alien sciences and the alien information, well, I'll go in there because I did that study for a long time and I can break that shit down quick. All right. You have Enlil, which is where your Allah, El Elo, Yahweh, Jehovah, so on and
Yep.
so forth come from. Didn't like humans, hates humans, wants to enslave humans, wants to kill humans, destroy humans. Then you had Enki. Enki is the one who gave humans the power to rebel against Enlil, the
Mhm.
power to rebel against enslavement, the power to transform and achieve greater heights for themselves. Okay? According to the Sumerian doctrine, this is what we're talking about. According to
Yep.
the Sumerian doctrine, this is the difference. Enki would be your Prometheus, okay? Would be your Lucifer. Way before all of them, Enki would be that which gave us the knowledge, information, and the DNA to rebel against being nothing more than slaves. This is why your scriptures are laced with information about humans being slaves. It's nothing new. Humans literally are slave minded. A
Yep.
lot of us are slave minded. Unfortunately, there's no slicing it any cute ways. That's what it is.
I mean, in Arabic and Islam, you've got Abdullah,
Mhm.
which is slave of God.
That's right. And now, some of them will try to lessen the slave word. So they'll say servant of Allah. Same shit, fucker.
No, it's
All right.
slave.
Yeah. Same fucking shit. All right. And that's what it is. And Abdullah is basically servant or slave of Allah. And that shows you there. And Allah is also a variation of Enlil. So when you go into the Sumerian doctrine, it helps explain some of the missing gaps of occult information and religious information that is missing. You just have to want to research and go further. So what we have to understand is we have a literal worship gene in us. This is why people worship celebrities, going back to that. This is why people feel like they have to worship a god. Okay. Even on this left hand path, don't get it
Yep.
twisted just because you're on the left hand path that you're exempt from the slave gene activating. People on this path like to worship too. And I'm going to be honest with you, I've seen it, I've witnessed it, I've been in ceremonial rituals where there's groups of people and you can see to the worship that some people have, and then those who are breaking free from that. You can see it. Okay. This is why, especially for melanated people, it's difficult for us to break the worship because it's found in our African traditional religions.
Yep.
And in our African traditional religions, you know, Africans were very religious people. Now, some of us will like to lessen that down and make it sound more spiritual and cute by saying, oh, we were just very highly spiritual. No, fuckers. You want the truth? We were fucking
Very
religious. We
religious.
fucking worshiped. All right. We like to worship, whether it's Olodumare, Olorun, okay? On and on. We fucking worshiped. And as hard as that may hit people, sometimes that hurts us. It's a fact. As people that are melanated, the Aztecs worship, the Mayans worshiped, we all worshiped. Okay. Therefore, there's very few people who actually activate the rebellious gene and break free from worship. The left hand path was really that occult, hidden spiritual system that was for the rebellious people that woke up from religious worship. It came from thousands of years ago. And even when you go into the story of Atlantis, some say Atlantis was destroyed because Erishkigal was a black magician and she learned the power of the dark side and she wanted to destroy Atlantis for them keeping the secrets and harboring and keeping people enslaved. All right. So for a long time, this rebellious side has been here. This is why when you go into the left hand path, you really look at it. Kali was rebellious. She
Yep.
was destructive. Sekhmet was rebellious. She was destructive. Shiva is destructive. Not the watered down, spooky, looky fucking version of Shiva today. I'm talking about the Bhavra. I'm talking about the Rudra, which was the very destructive werewolf lycan type energy that Shiva
Mhm.
possessed. That's why he's called the destroyer.
Yeah, Shiva has a lot of forms that aren't cute.
Yeah.
Like Kalabhairava is
Yeah,
one of those, and he has fangs.
exactly. So he's also vampiric in nature too. So, like, when you really understand that and you look the left hand path and you really look at the adversarial current and you look at the adversarial archetypes, all of them are rebellious. They're all destructive because their purpose was to destroy the system that was currently in place, the system that was there to enslave the masses. Unfortunately, not enough people heeded to that and became and still are worshipers to this day. This is why you'll hear some left hand path occultists. Well, really, are they left hand path? But anyways, this is why you'll hear some of them, and I've listened to them. God damn it, you will hear them say, "Mother Lilith told me
Oh
what,
boy,
and
yeah.
what." Stop. Hecate told me what. You don't understand. Lilith has a message for you today. Look, I saw this one video the other day. I wish I remembered and took it off my phone, put it on here because I would play it for y'all. But I'm not gonna do that. Anyways, this girl's on there. She pulls the tarot card of Lilith and she says, Mother Lilith has a message for you today. Mother Lilith says she's there for you. She is guiding you and holding your hand. What the fuck are y'all doing? What are you talking about? You guys sound just like if I'm being preached to about Jesus.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Jesus, hold your hand. And, bro, what are you doing? These people. Okay, so she goes on with this, and I'm just like, okay, I'm getting nauseous because this sounds just like fucking Christianity. So you got to understand, it's a choice to be on the left hand path. It's not a fad, it's a choice. Okay. And when you make that choice, you're also making a choice to say, I'm going to stop worshiping things. I posted that on Instagram. And of course, I had different answers. And then some other person, this young lady says, "Well, it's kind of interesting you write about that because I was looking into that the other day, blah blah blah. And some people worship them this and this and that. And I guess that's what this path is all about. You could do it how you want." And I'm like, yeah, you're right. That's true. But at the end of the day, you're still worshiping. I don't give a damn if you choose to worship or not.
Yeah.
That's not what this path ever was about. This path was to be adversarial against everything that's there,
Yeah, I
against
think what's
religion.
what's happening is that there's like this movement of softness or something that is coming in, you
Yeah.
know.
The path, your facts. Demetrius, you're right. People on this path have gone soft. Look at the brother, the Beniti.
Oh, Beniti, what's up?
Boniti brother. All right. So yeah, I've noticed some people on this path have gotten soft, and it's like that rebellious part to destroy and awaken yourself to deal with your weaknesses and issues is like being softened. It's like being dumbed down. Like now it's like become more with well Lilith this and this. Why is it changing? From Lilith, I mean, from you really taking the energy of Lilith to destroy, to transform, we're taking it as if she's preaching to us and holding our hands and guiding us.
Yep. You want to send Beniti a link?
Yeah. Shit. Hold on, bro. I got caught up talking shit. Hold on, bro. Where's this fucking thing at, man?
But yeah, I mean, I've talked to people about that too. It's like, oh, Lilith came down and touched me and said I'm her special little butterfly. Ugh, like
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
I
And that's,
mean,
bro,
I,
that's
I mean,
and
if the shit happened that way, then okay, fine, but keep it to yourself. That's a subjective thing.
yeah. All right, Benita, I'm about to email it to you. Hold on, bro. Uh, shit, I keep pressing the wrong fucker. All right. I sent it to the Red Magus, by the way. Hopefully you still have that email. All right. I sent it to you there, bro. All right. So what other question? There's somebody else had a question over here or a statement or
Oh
something.
yeah, they were asking if it's possible to overfeed
Um,
to get too much energy.
yeah.
Yeah.
It is possible, but here's what's interesting about that, Eric. Some rituals in vampirism actually ask you to overfeed.
Mhm.
They actually ask you to overfeed. Okay. So keep that in mind because, yes, it sounds crazy. Oh, I'm overfeeding, but there's a reason why some rituals say, you overfeed. It's not for gluttonous behavior while you're doing
Mhm.
it. It's because there's certain rituals when you feed to a certain point, that point is called like bursting point, okay, or you're about to feel like you're about to explode, is because the energy then is channeled and directed in a certain way that causes a certain change or transformation within the body to receive a certain gnosis. Look at brother Benite. Yeah, he's connecting. What up, bro? Can't hear you. No, your audio's off.
Oh boy.
Still, not still nothing. Okay, now it's coming through. All right, you there?
There we go.
There we go. I had my sound. No, I just popped on. So you dudes, I know we don't ever get a chance to get together. So I
Yeah.
just wanted to pop in real quick. I caught
Hey.
the tail end. What's going on? Everybody good?
Oh
Yeah, we
yeah.
good, brother. Good.
What we talking about? I caught the tail end of it, so I'm just gonna kind of listen so I
Well,
catch
all right. So what we doing this series called Thoughts and Musings on the Left Hand Path. We pick a
up.
topic,
Okay.
then we flow. So we started with necromancy and how necromancy is used on the cliff off and all kinds of other things.
Okay.
And now we're currently talking about vampirism and the importance of vampirism as it relates to necromancy and the cliff
Sure.
off and things of that nature. So that's where we're really
Gotcha.
at.
Okay. So I'll just kind of listen in and then get the
Yeah.
gist of what you guys is talking about, and then
Yeah.
yeah, we can build for a little bit. I don't know how long you guys are gonna be on. I just popped on. I said, man, shit.
Yeah. Well, we were presently talking about is the new current fad or phase in left hand path where people are externalizing Lilith a lot. Like, we
Yeah,
were talking about
shit.
how everything is Lilith sent us a message and Lilith did this, and it's changing the fabric of what this work is all about, which is taking that energy of Lilith to destroy things or change things within you that need to be done.
Mhm.
So that's where we're currently at right now. We were just going
And you
into that.
and you know what, Ravana? It's funny because like with Lilith, Holly, a lot of these dark goddesses, there's a lot of this fluffy new age concepts out there now that everybody's so into.
Mhm.
So a lot of that shit, they've dumbed that down where I mean, I don't know a Lilith that's this, great nurturing mother goddess. Not that that part isn't there to a bare minimum, but they've taken what we have to be careful now in the occult and the left hand path. There's a lot of people taking this stuff now and they're dumbing the shit down and they're making
Yep.
it into something, that it's not. So yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah,
It's a huge problem.
that's exactly what we were talking about because right now, you know, I saw this girl in a video and she pulled a tarot card and Lilith has a message for you and she's holding your hands and she's guiding you. And I was just like, I can't do this no more because now, you're supposed to be getting your own personal gnosis, and now you're relying on someone to pull a card for you to tell you that she has a message for you. And
Yes.
where's the accountability and responsibility to
Yeah,
yourself in that?
because like you were saying that it reminded you of church. I just thought about it. It reminds me of those people that used to come up to you and go, "Oh, the Lord told me to tell you."
Yep.
Oh yeah. Well, see the other thing that's real dangerous too. Then you got the other set of females where everything with Lilith is just sexual, and
Yes.
Lilith told me I got a 14 karat gold pussy, and I did a ritual with Lilith, and men are falling at my feet. I don't hear any gnosis of self that Lilith really put me through some serious shit, changed my life, turned my life upside down.
That's a fact.
I realized that I thought I was on the right career path, or I thought I was moving in the right circles. Lilith is a very destructive deity that will literally make you look at your entire life, your entire existence, right? I'm not saying the sexual energy isn't there. It's there 100%. But what gets me a little fed up is it's as if everything with Lilith is just sexual energy.
Yeah.
And I keep trying to tell people lust, we hear that word lust and we automatically think it's automatically equated with sex. And it's just not. Lust could be a lust for knowledge.
Hmm.
And what I find is Lilith lusts after those who are really seeking knowledge. But unfortunately, it can be very painful of a lot of the changes that you're going to go through with Lilith. But this is what I'm saying. I don't know this docile Lilith that, I got, like you guys are talking about, I got a message for you and you're my chosen daughter and son. I don't think Lilith chooses anybody as no chosen son or daughter.
That's a fact.
Not in my experience. But it's crazy. But unfortunately, you guys are 100% dead on. It's correct. We have to be careful of this because a lot of the stuff out there, I'm starting to see it's become very new agey. And then there's occult people, Santeria people, left hand, mixing all this shit together. And then people will come to you and say, I'm on a look, I've always said this, and there's no disrespect to Bobby Hemmett. Bobby Hemmett is not left hand Pat. Yes, he's a
No.
cult, but he's not left hand path. Stop saying that. People always email me, "Oh, I first got onto the left hand path on Bobby Hemmett's teachings." He's a cult. He does talk about occult topics, but we have to be able to differentiate. Not everything occult is left hand path.
That's a
No.
That's
fact.
where people get confused. So yeah, it's crazy shit, man. A lot of
Yeah,
shit.
it is, and that's it's taking people from accountability and responsibility to themselves. That's the thing I'm noticing the most. When you feel like you have to be guided by Lilith and not work with Lilith, there is a difference there. People don't hear it because in their minds they think it's the same thing, but it's not. When you're working with Lilith, you're doing it from inside yourself.
Correct.
You're hearing the messages from within yourself, from yourself, right?
Mhm.
But because we're working with Lilith, people interpret that as some entity speaking to me, some whatever speaking to me. It could be true or not true. That doesn't matter. What matters is if you're working with Lilith, you should have some destructive things occur in your life. Okay.
100%.
You should have faced yourself a long time ago when you started with Lilith because she holds the mirror up to your face and you'll see all your weaknesses, all the
It's not all pretty.
issues, all the behavioral, behavioral cycles of destructive crap you do to yourself, self-sabotage. She'll hold that up and she'll say, look at yourself. Are you really working with yourself? Or are you just focused on worshiping me? Are you focused on trying to be me? Are you
See,
focused on
and
all
it's
that?
and it's that shit right there. Like we were talking earlier about crossing the abyss and all of that. It's that bullshit right there that has to be controlled. This is why that mindset is dangerous. Bringing that into here
Look,
because crossing the abyss, that's that false ego shit.
yeah. Look, we've all talked about this. I've talked about with Ravana this many times over the years. This whole concept. Look, we're not trying to worship these deities. We're trying to embody and become what they represent because we are there, right?
Yep.
And it's funny, like Ravana, you bring up, like if somebody claims, all right, and this is the hardest thing to get some people to see on the occult left-hand path or any path, whatever I like to call it, self-mastery, whatever you want to refer to it as. people go, well, but I do a ritual, and in my ritual, I had a vision of Lilith. And me and Ravana used to talk about this a lot of years ago. Let me ask you a question. Before you came on this path, and you didn't see any images of Lilith, let's just say you didn't know anything about Lilith. Just go to show you how powerful your subconscious mind and how this resides within. And it doesn't negate the first principle of what we always refer to, the Hermetic principle: all is mental, mental is all. The universes, I say universes or the metaverses is mental. My thing is, take a new person that comes on this path, right? They might have heard of it, but they didn't really know anything about Lilith. Then they start seeing artwork of Lilith. They start reading books on Lilith. They start listening to lectures on Lilith, teachings on Lilith. And then all of a sudden, it's very interesting how now all of a sudden they start having visions and messages of Lilith. But my question I always point to them: how come you weren't getting those visions and messages before? The answer is real simple, to go to show you how powerful your subconscious mind is. Whatever you absorb, so all that imagery, all that information you take in. So when you go to a ritual and you go, I did a ritual with Lilith and Lilith appeared to me, I always ask them, so what do you think is the point of origin that created that so-called external manifestation, which technically I'm trying to get them to see that comes from everything you've stored in your subconscious mind. Every picture of Lilith you look at, you could use this same concept with Set, you can use it with Kali, whoever. It doesn't negate the fact of what we've been all saying since day one. It all starts within here. Regardless if you're having an experience that is appearing to be external, you cannot negate the fact it is still starting right in here. Nobody can escape that fact. I don't care how you explain it, how you break it down to us. The fact is, look, we know this from being in other schools. You, Demetrius, Ravana, we know this. Think about when we went through a lot of those woke schools of Egypt and the cement. Like we didn't know shit about a new till we came across it, and then all of a sudden everybody started having visions of the new and Melchizedek and all this crazy shit. Yeah. It's this, man. This is the most powerful thing or toxic thing if you don't know how it works and operates. And that right there will keep us on what we like to call the straight and narrow, if you really understand how this works. Yep. So you're never really going outside of yourself. Even if you're working with archetypes, deities, pantheons, they're character types that represent you. That's all it is. Yep. But it's hard for people to grasp that because of that worship center, so.
All right, so we got a question. Everybody take a turn answering this. The question is from DKNO. I just say DKNO because I don't want to mispronounce your name, bro. But anyway, is it possible to completely destroy the false ego while we still have these bodies? Take it away. Anybody go first?
Yeah, I'll first of all, step one to that is understanding the ego. First of all, on the left-hand path, we don't try to destroy our ego completely. That's bullshit. That's fake knowledge. You need to understand the destructive aspects of your ego and the positive aspects. Now, I know a lot of paths don't teach that. They say, oh, suppress the ego, meditate it away. The ego is this and it's that. Well, first of all, if somebody broke into your house right now and you had to protect yourself, that's your ego. Yep. Okay, they're not going to teach you that, but that's your ego. When you speak out against something you feel isn't right, that's your ego. Okay? When you come on this path and you take the conscious decision to come on a path of solitude or isolated consciousness, that's the productive part of your ego. Now, the false aspect of your ego is when you think you're Mr. Big Dick and you got the biggest dick in the world, and you lay in pipe. That's a weak part of your ego. False aspect of your ego is where you think you can kick everybody's ass. You're the biggest, baddest motherfucker walking the planet. Or I got the best pussy. How many chicks tell us that? Oh, I ain't like them other chicks. So first you got to differentiate between the false or the weak parts of your ego and the strong points of your ego, right? That's important to understand. Then you have to determine, what are you classifying as false aspects of your ego? Now, we all have characters and we all have images and we all have perceptions of how we're trying to portray ourselves that we've been indoctrinated with since we were birthed into this universe. A lot of people spend their whole life trying to portray an image, whether they're conscious of it or not, that's not really them. You understand? We take on different personas of our ego on a daily basis. Mm-hmm. So we have to establish, that's a very intricate question. Can you completely eliminate all false aspects of it? You can, but I don't think you ever 100% completely do, because you're constantly going through different changes and phases in your life, because there's going to be moments that arise where you could get caught up in the moment and you're going to take on a false persona of your ego.
Yep.
Okay. So I don't think it's about completely eliminating it. I think it's about understanding it and exercising aspects of your ego at the right moment and the right time. Right. And you got to be able to identify the situation, because you could say, yeah, that's my goal. But guess what? A situation could arise tomorrow where you might have to take on a certain persona for whatever reason that may be. Now, the question is that the real you, or did you get caught up in the moment? So I don't think you could ever completely eliminate it. I think you can harmonize it. You can get it to a point where it doesn't devour and consume you, your false ego. But I think step one is understanding what are the weak parts of my ego, and do I give into it? Am I constantly lying? Am I portraying myself to others as something I'm not? If those are all issues, you got to address that. And then that's when you could start stripping away the veils and the layers, and then the real you can manifest, right? That can't happen until you understand and identify that process. That's my opinion. So I'm sure you brothers have something you might want to add to that.
Go ahead, Demetrius.
Yeah. Through the process of working through the clip off, I think you do that bit by bit. You know, you hitting the different cliffa, the different tunnels of set. The work that you're going through there will start to peel away those false aspects.
Yeah.
But like Beniti said, yeah, you would probably adopt maybe a different identity for a certain situation. But I think once you start peeling away the garbage and you start learning and evolving, you'll be able to do that a lot more deliberately, to where it's
Right.
not like you got like this identity that's just like hanging over with its own consciousness that kind of takes you over at certain points. And
Right.
you're just out of pocket for no reason. But
Right.
because when I was talking about that eliminating this stuff as you are crossing the abyss, once you go through that experience and you continue your climb and you're done, your cliphotic initiations are all, I say, done in quotations,
Correct.
because it's always ongoing. Um, you'll be able to have a lot more control over when you embody probably a certain identity at a certain time, depending on
That's
what's
right.
going on. And
Correct.
then it's you back to yourself, back to your true self, back to your how do I want to put that? Your whole self, instead of being this whatever it is that's off to the side.
Yeah.
Well, you said something important there, Demetrius. And I think once you go through those clipothic initiations, I'm just going to tell you this: you're never going to be the same. You
No,
could leave this path. And I see some people, they go through intense stuff like that. I don't know if scares them is the right word, but it kind of shakes them back into what they used to be. And I can tell you this, regardless. First of all, I always say this: where do you go after you leave here? If you're on this path of self mastery, the occult left hand path, like, where do you go after this? Like, anything you leave this for, number one, is a step backwards, because you're not going to anything that is going to be on a level of this type of spiritual transformation and growth. But one thing I can tell you is this: whether you stay and continue the path, you'll never be the same when you go through that type of work. You're
no.
never the same.
I
We
I,
have to
I will
understand.
I will vouch for that.
That's a fact.
Definitely doing the Tree of Cliff Off project.
Oh, so yeah, come on, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're never the same.
So, all right. So let me add on to this as well. Let's not demonize the body, because the question says, well, we're still in the body. Sometimes we tend to demonize the body, but depending what spiritual path or what you studied before you came to the left hand path, your body's not your enemy.
Mm-mm.
Your purpose of having a body is to experience all that you can to develop and evolve spiritually
Mhm.
while in this physical existence. But we have this notion, like I said, coming from, listen, we were into the conscious stuff for years, and they demonized the body a lot. Oh,
Mhm.
the body this and the body that and the body that. Yet they have 15 kids, okay? But the body is bad. Now, imagine that, right? So it's not so much about the body, it's so much that you have to understand the body in relation to the ego. The body is just the vehicle that you're using to experience life here. We live here on Earth because you chose to live in this environment. You chose to experience life here on Earth for whatever the hell reason it is. You'll discover that someday as you tap in further to yourself. For that purpose, you needed a physical vehicle. And that physical vehicle does not diminish what you can obtain in the time that you're here. Yes, there's an expiration date, but you can obtain as much as possible in the body because that's the purpose of your experience here. If you didn't need a body, you'd be somewhere else, some other planet floating around like a goddamn spirit or something, whatever. You're here, so let's not look at the body as something wrong, bad, or evil. I'm not saying you are, but people do that sometimes. And one of the first things I learned on this path is as you are supposed to experience as much as possible because through your experiences is how your spirit, your soul develop and it evolves. So you're supposed to experience a lot of things here. Some people's experiences are not necessarily cut short like we think, oh, they didn't get to live a full life. Their soul or spirit might not needed a full life here. They developed, they got what they needed, they evolved, and then their life was cut short. No matter how excruciating or murderous or whatever it appeared to be, for them, that's all they needed. Us who are still here, we obviously still need some more seasoning. We need to experience other things. So why here? Learn how your ego can help your evolution spiritually and not so much hurt it and work in unison with your body. So what does that mean? Take care of your body, your health. All these things are important, right? Because you have a lot of people that claim to be spiritual this and they're out of order. They physically out of order. They eat anything. They're Twinkies, ho-hos, ding-dongs, whatever the hell. They're stuffing their face nonstop. I remember seeing this. I witnessed this stuff. Some of these people thought they were some of the greatest teachers. Okay, they'd be up front every Saturday, Sunday, whatever, and I witnessed them stuffing their face with all this junk food. And then they wonder why 15 years later, they're fat, overblown, can't breathe, can't talk, can't walk. You got to understand, this works. It's supposed to be a harmonious integration between spirit, mind, and body. It's not a war. It's not a separation. It's supposed to be an integration.
Yeah.
And there, through that journey in the physical, you learn to differentiate between the false ego, the true ego. You learn to differentiate between the false self that you created to survive here. Okay, the many existences you created, the many hats you wear here, compared to the true self who's always trying to communicate, the demonic self trying to communicate with you to push you along on your journey. So let's always keep in mind that we have to integrate all these aspects in our journey for our growth. So there is no separations. We got to take all of it because Beniti said it well. It's not like the false ego is evil and demonic and just eliminate that. Sometimes that false ego helps you and we don't even realize it. You know what I'm saying? Because we always look at the false as something demonizing and wrong and bad. No, that's not necessarily the case. Because another thing I learned on this path, stop looking at everything as black and white, good, bad, evil, wrong, 100%. Right. Because it's all depending on your point of view in any situation. What's right for you could be bad for me and vice versa. But there is no such thing as just concrete bad, right, wrong. Nah, that we got to get away from all that.
Everything is a process.
Yeah,
and it's and what alludes to that, what Ravana is saying is perception.
Yep.
See, everybody's going to have a different perception of everything Ravana said: right, wrong, good or bad, black, white, gray. What? Everybody's going to have a perception of that because I can perceive one thing as being, oh man, that's fucking negative, or that's this or that. And Ravana can look at it and go, I don't see it like that. That's not my perception of that. And this is why I keep telling everybody, you got to be careful with a lot of dogmas and doctrines out there that claim they have the unfallible, complete 100% truth. Truth is personal.
Yep.
And truth becomes a reality when you perceive it where you can embrace it because now it becomes real to you. But Ravana might have his own truths. I might have my own truths. Demetrius might have his own truths. Now, some might be in alignment with each other, but there might be some separation points in there. It doesn't mean Ravana's wrong or right, or I'm wrong or right, or Demetrius. It just means in our journey, in our spiritual evolution, that's the realization that we're at that moment. And that's critical. And to the physical, like 100%. If our physical lives are in disarray, like Ravana said, we're not eating right, we're not exercising, our personal life is in chaos, we got toxic relationship with our significant others, family members, our finances are all fucked up. Don't think that doesn't affect your spiritual work. It does. Okay? I know a lot of paths always teach you, oh, don't be in the world. Anybody that's not teaching you to be successful in this mundane life, go tell them to fuck off. Because 90% of the people that are telling you that are probably piss broke, ain't got no money, are not successful in anything they do. And it's escape. To me, that's an escapism for not being successful. Take the person who is doing good financially, who does have a healthy personal life, who is eating to the, and I don't want to promote eating as a religion. It's common sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is eating right, exercising. I guarantee you that person is more harmonized in their spiritual work than the individual who is fucked up. All those people that talk about, all I do is meditate and everything is spiritual and holy, I would put money on it. And I'm going to say 90% of them, I bet you their personal life is jacked up. Their sex life is all fucked up. Their marriages and relationships are fucked up. They're probably struggling to make money. They're struggling in every facet of their life. Don't let nobody fool you. Step one, it is about harmonizing your objective world and your subjective world. We're not supposed to be poor on the left-hand path. I keep telling people that. You must seek to get your mundane life in order. I will guarantee you, you'll be able to meditate more effectively. The ritual work will be more powerful. You'll be more locked in. You want to know why? Because you're not stressing out about all this mundane shit.
Yep.
Ravana can tell you, we were on all those paths years ago. We were so spiritual and holy trying to save the whole world, but we were pissed fucking broke.
Facts.
We didn't have shit.
Big facts.
We thought we were doing something and we weren't doing shit.
And see, what you said there is very true. In Ifa, it's you are to get your physical life right, so you can focus. Excuse me. So you can focus on the more spiritual things, because you really can if your lights aren't on.
No.
You know, you got your meditation music going, all of a sudden,
yep, pissed off at the world at that point, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like if I'm not eating good and I can't pay my bills and I'm stressing over my living environment, think about that for a minute. How can I effectively, I'm going to go meditate? Really?
You can. That's
how is that?
Some of the schools that we journeyed through, and I think back through there, we literally lived in the worst environments out there propagating. We thought we're propagating the truth, saving the children, blah, 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 all this stuff, right? We thinking we're doing all this. But then I sit back. Benita did this too. We sat back and really analyzed the environment. And we're like, wait a second. This is not reflecting spiritual truth. Okay? This is not, because when you look at it, and if I'm sleeping, and this is a true story, by the way, I'm sleeping on a 2x4 wood panel
on milk crate
because we couldn't afford a fucking mattress.
Wow.
How spiritual are we really? How spiritual? Because it should reflect into your physical. Are we really? And we're out here propagating with books and incense and oils, telling people this is the truth, this is the fact. No, it ain't. That's all bullshit. Because at the end of the day, we got to realize there should be a reflection from the spiritual to the physical.
100%.
If there's no way around it. And you know, this a lot, unfortunately, in America here, we got bombarded by Eastern spirituality and Eastern traditions that affected a lot of us. And of course, here in the West, we pick and choose shit, you know. So we grab onto the guru who, you know, wants to be an ascetic and live out in near the river or this and this and that, and we think, oh, that's supposed to be spiritual. That's what it means to be holy and spiritual. And this is what America still holds on to, the idea of spiritual. But on this path, we don't negate the physical. we understand that the physical is just as important as the spiritual, in
100%.
that you should, yes, you can indulge, but with restraint. Don't get crazy now, because
There you
some
go.
fuckers here indulge and you go butt loose crazy and you fucking sleeping with 15 dudes saying I
Yeah,
transformed.
no.
Kylie told me to do it. Fuck you. Kylie did not tell you to sleep with 15 dudes in a row. Stop that shit.
Exactly.
Okay. So we got to understand that's not the way this it works simultaneous. If I'm out in the world, okay, and someone confronts me, I have a choice. Fight or flight response is usually what humans do, right?
Right.
If you haven't grown, you're going to fight. That's usually what you want to do. But if you've
Right.
grown, you realize, is there really a need to fight here? Because
Correct.
the only way I'm going to fight is if in self-defense.
Mhm.
Otherwise than that, I'm not going to waste my energy if it's just a verbal confrontation.
Right.
Because he thinks or she thinks they're right and their, overblown ego is just now out of order. See, that's when the false ego takes over and becomes ridiculous. Okay. Doesn't know when to
100%.
shut up. Okay.
100%.
Leads to a point that brings you to a physical confrontation. But in that moment, the way I look at it now in the left-hand path as opposed to the past, in that moment, what is it reflecting about me that I need to still focus on and further develop, that I'm even in the situation in the first place?
Yep.
You understand? What am I emanating outside of me that's even attracting the situation?
And that
And
right there is the core of it all right there. To use
Yeah.
the world in and of itself as your own teacher to show you
Yeah.
where you need to go get your ritual work in at.
Yeah. And what Ravana described is that's the difference of being reactionary or proactive. And he just described the critical thinking process, right? We must be critical thinkers on the left-hand path. That's the process we use. Now, like you say, years ago, when shit like that would go down, we were programmed to be reactionary and we just get combative, we might get violent, and automatically assume we must fight, right? We don't do that now. Like Ravana said, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't have that skill 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Like now I look at it like you say, it's old saying like your mom would tell you, or your pop would tell you, you pick your battles, right? So now we're at a point where we go, is this worth my energy? Is this really worth me investing my? Because I look at it like this: at this age, one of my most precious gifts, if that's what we want to call it, because we know linear time is an illusion. Do I really got my time is too important to be getting involved in any type of fuckery like that?
Yeah.
Yep.
So the left-hand path teaches you that discipline. And indulgence is part of it. I know a lot of other systems tell you don't be in the world, but yes, and we always use this analogy over the years. I've heard you brothers say it, I've said it. It's like trying food. How are you going to know you like food until you try it?
Yep.
Right? Like people, same thing with indulgent, but you must indulge with this. You must try something to come to the conclusion if it's for me or not. Now, if you just don't want to try it out of fear, then that's your choice. But then you don't have the right to pass judgment on it without having experience on it.
Yep.
So there might be things you see on this path and go, "Oh, that's fucked up. I don't fuck with none of that." Are you basing that on just sheer making a decision that's out of ignorance? Now, if you're making that decision and you experienced it, you indulged in it, then you do have that right. Say, hey, look, man, I tried it. Oh, I was all for it. It resonated with me. Or you might have tried something. We're all going to come across stuff on this path that doesn't resonate with us. There's a lot of systems on the occult and left-hand path I just don't fuck with.
Yep.
I'm not saying somebody else can come and go and go, oh, I've been doing this for 3 years. It works. I will tell you that's great. There's just stuff I mess with. I've tried it. Doesn't mean maybe later down the road I might visit it again and it does something for me. But I'm sure you guys can say the same thing. You might have fucked with certain things and been like, yeah, it's cool and everything. It was just I didn't vibe with it. But I think the important thing is we must be a living example of the knowledge we claim we have. So if you got
Exactly.
knowledge and your life is not a representation of that, then that's knowledge. That's just you learning shit, reading books, regurgitating shit you remembered. And it's not to be judgmental, but if you're saying you got all this knowledge and you're talking all this deep occult and sorcery and pure magic and this and that, but then I'm looking at you and I don't see a reflection of any of that. It's not that I'm judging you because nobody's perfect. We all got bullshit and we all will continue to deal with bullshit in our lives. But a lot of us are at the point now when chaos comes, we're prepared to devour it. Chaos doesn't affect us like it did before we had this knowledge. But my point is, if you're not a living representation of that, then my question would be to you, what is it you are really doing? That's why I always pose the question, are you really on the left-hand path?
Yeah.
And that question comes from that perspective, because you got to be a representation of it.
Yeah.
If that's not there, and that's not to be judgmental, again, it's to have the individual look at themselves and go, wait a minute, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
I'm doing all these rituals. I got all these books, but nothing's changing in my life.
Yeah.
Message, wake up call.
Exactly. And change is there's something I see on this path a lot. Change is not external all the time. Just because you're wearing gothic clothes now, you
Right.
got, black fingernails and you got, fucking fucking big ass medallion covering your head. That doesn't mean you change. That just means you got a nice costume on. You understand?
Correct.
This change should be within.
That's correct.
We get caught up in the external illusion of the appearance of things. We all do this. I don't give a damn, because whatever, we came from the right hand to the left to the middle to whatever. We all did this from then to now.
Yep.
We get caught up in the illusion of this is how we're supposed to look if I'm on a left-hand path, or if I'm on the right hand. You're not. I don't feel like I need to dress any different than I've dressed all my life.
100%.
I don't.
Exactly.
Because what I'm seeking and what I've learned and what I've traveled through has taught me that all that doesn't mean anything. It's what's
Nothing.
in here and how I'm changing inside that counts. I'm not going to put on a costume just so I can say, look, I'm down with this. You're really not down if you feel you got to change how you dress. I mean, we got to really understand that, because I've noticed people do that, and then they claim to be down, and you ask them a question and they have no idea.
Shit.
There was an experience I had when I did a vampire class in Tampa. Some
Oh yeah.
remember the video I put, and I went there. So I'm doing the video, I'm talking about vampire magic, this and this and that, and then I start taking questions. And then when I answered it, and I'm looking at the people in that coven, they look blank. They look confused. They look lost. So I asked the guy afterwards. He's like, listen, man, so a lot of them are just here for the appearance. They're not really here for the spirit behind it. And that's one of the first times I really realized that a lot of people just come into things for the appearance of things.
Yeah.
A lot of people claim vampirism. They wear fangs and all that. Listen, bullshit.
And that vampire coven, that entire coven blew up.
Yeah.
That Facebook group is now archived.
Yeah, they're no longer in existence. But I saw that when I was there. I'm like, see, people are attracted to that. So when you work and you travel and you look at something, are you basing your your interest in it on what you're seeing on the outside, or are you basing it on what you feel is possibly developing you or could develop you on the inside? Don't get caught up on the appearance. That will stop you every time somewhere along the line. When we were Muslims and we were wearing the white jalabia,
we had the look,
Takia and the Emma and all that shit.
Oh,
we look dope, yo. I mean, they ain't gonna front. Back in that time, that mindset, we was like some urban Muslims and shit,
That's
chilling
right.
through the hood, But when I look back at that, I'm like, no. A lot of us were fucked up. Like, we were straight fucked up, a lot of us, spiritually, physically, everything. We were just fucked up individuals, but we look good. We look nice. You know what I'm saying?
Sarato Mustaqim was far from you.
Yeah, we're in the corner with our tables, our oils and incense. We had our rugs. You know what I'm saying? We had our tasbih. We're doing dicker there in the middle of 42nd Street. You know what I'm saying?
Look, that external appearance will get you all the time, man. 100%. You see people come on this, and look, even in other systems, people crack me up. They'll see somebody who's into like the Kemetic information or Ifa, and they'll go, man, that brother's righteous. Why? Because he's got an afro, he's wearing a dashiki, and he's wearing some beads.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why automatically people think that qualifies somebody as being spiritual. Like, even us, like we said, 90% of the clothes, like I might wear stuff like this once in a while. I wear sports clothes probably 85 to 90% every day.
Me too.
I'm wearing one of my teams, a t-shirt, a pair of shorts. doesn't just because you have the external look, what's going on inside of here and what's going on inside of here.
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
That's the more important thing, right? So everybody, we also got to stop, and unfortunately, there's stereotypes in every spiritual system. I want to make this clear: the left-hand path in the occult. I know a lot of people, most people will attribute it to a more Eurocentric path. And it really isn't, because its origins, if people really studied, it does have deep African origins. It's just people don't do the research. The
Facts.
bad stigma I see that happens on this path, right? It's taboo, first of all, because it's not a large path. We're a small group, and we all know that. We're a
Mhm.
very small group. People think immediately, and this irritates me more than everything. People think that when you say you're on the left hand, oh, so you're in the Church of Satan.
No.
Listen, people. The left hand path is not limited to the Church of Satan, and the
Yep.
Church of Satan is a more Eurocentric belief. And look, I'm not knocking anybody's ethnicity or origin. Anybody is welcome on this path. I just want to make that clear. But we have to stop labeling this path as being exclusively Eurocentric, because it's not, people.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's just nobody teaches it to us the correct way.
That's
We
right.
have to, the external shit doesn't mean anything. Because, like Ravana said back in the day, shit, you saw us, whatever spiritual school we were into, man, we looked apart. You would think, oh my God, these dudes, or these this group here, they look like they got it together. And we did on the surface.
Mm-hmm.
But man, there was a lot of chaos and turmoil and
Yes.
fucked up shit going on in here that we were totally oblivious to for so many years, until a lot, things happened in our life, and we woke up one day and said, no, man, I can't do this no more.
Yeah.
Something's got to change. Because the reality was, to me, over the years, belonging to all these systems, I started seeing everybody else in life getting ahead, everybody else doing better.
Yep.
And I'm like, if we got all this knowledge and we're supposed to be this, that, and the third, why is it where every day we get up, we're fucking struggling and we're going through all these hardships? That was a wake up call to me. And I
Yep.
realized you are the company you keep. That's number one, people.
Mhm.
You
Mm-hmm.
are the company you keep. Who you keep around you, you become. I don't give a fuck who you think you are. I don't care how strong you think you are. You hang around unsuccessful people, you will become unsuccessful. Don't let nobody bullshit you.
Yep.
You hang around derelicts and criminals, you will become a derelict or a criminal at some point. Surround yourself with productive people, positive people, like-minded people. Now, don't get me wrong. This is not really a path like that. The circles are very small on this path, but whatever your circle is, if it's just a few, surround yourself with the right energy. And I promise you, that was one of my things. I had to, and Ravana can tell you this because he was in the same boat. I had to literally, people that I was dealing with as little as 10 to 15, I don't even talk to any of them no more.
Yep.
Don't even deal with them no more.
Yep.
I literally had to I had to change my whole circle, because I realized there was so many people in that circle that energy was very unproductive and toxic to my spiritual growth. So that external appearance shit, that'll get you fucked up in a minute. You have to
Yeah.
be very careful with that. Very careful.
Yeah. That's a fact. And a side note, real quick. So, Benita, I've been dialoguing with Asar Gidi.
Okay. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw you say. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's I'm gonna have him on the show soon. He's still on the left hand path, but he
Okay.
took his journey for a while. But yeah, I'm gonna have him on the show. Maybe
Let me
all
know
three
if
of
I
us
can
could get on
come.
here. Yeah, we could
Oh yeah,
have a
yeah, man. My
reunion.
schedule permits. Yeah. Let me know, man. I'll come.
Yeah, we could call it the reawakening of the Awakening Universal Mind Show, yo. Yeah.
Man, I ain't talked to brother in, I don't know. It's been a few years now,
Yeah.
man. Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I'm supposed to go visit Tampa. He's in Tampa, so I might go Sunday to see him. So
Okay.
but yeah,
Cool.
on a side note. But any questions in the chat room? Because y'all kind of went silent, dead, like no
I
one's
I, th I think they just watching us vibe.
I think they're sipping on some Kool-Aid while they watching this talk.
But
But
that's true though, Benita. You do have to change some of the people that you're around.
No,
Shrink your
100%.
social circle. Your social circle has to shrink
Big
because I
time.
mean that's just natural law. Because you got a bag full of apples and you take one bad one, put it in the bag of good apples,
Uh,
the whole bag will be fucked up. I
oh
mean,
yeah.
because it doesn't work in the opposite where you got one bad apple and you put the good ones in there, it's going to turn good. No,
Yep.
Demetrius, it's so true because I remember when I was going through the transition, I was bullshitting myself. I was cutting people off, but I wasn't really cutting them off fully. I was separating myself from old systems, but I found myself kind of still gravitating back and dealing with some of those people. Ramona knows exactly what I'm talking about
Yeah.
without having to get into detail. And then I realized I was bullshitting myself.
Mhm.
And then one day I said, you know what? Until I just wipe everything out and start all over again. And this is what brought me to the reality. When you come on the left-hand path, you're basically saying, here I am, take me apart completely, deconstruct me, destroy me, and then let me put myself back together again from scratch.
Yep.
Fuck that bringing old shit with you, because let me tell you something, it doesn't work.
No.
It does not work. I don't care what anybody says. You literally have to take yourself apart, destroy yourself to the very core, and then build yourself back
Yeah,
up. That's
because
what
it,
this is
it
really about.
usually in one of the Cliffa, you have that experience. For me, it was Thagirian.
Ah,
I was spiritually spread eagled for 6 months.
ah,
Yeah.
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 I was
yeah,
in a bad place.
I kind of used the example a little earlier, Beniti, about the movie Hellraiser, where Pinhead used to just literally tear people apart,
yes,
take the
yep,
chains. I use that
yep,
example to say that's literally what kind of happens to us
yeah,
on this path is you're torn apart. You
yeah,
literally are. It's like, people ask, well, they forget. We didn't ask to come on the left-hand path. We weren't invited, like, come here. We chose to be on this path,
Yep.
that's
which
correct.
means we chose all the smoke. We was like, bring me all the shit, the
There you
chaos,
go.
the smoke, everything, because I want to totally transform, not partially, not half, not part-time. I want to totally transform. So I'm ready for all the smoke. And then you literally feel your world ripping you apart. Your inner world
100%,
rips you apart inside out.
100%.
Then you got to piece it and harmonize it back together. That
That's
is,
the work.
I believe, one of the reasons that scares people on this path is
Yep,
because they've never experienced
Yeah.
being
that's
torn apart.
100%.
And then,
And I guess
and
I'm a bit of a pain freak because like the ritual work and the all of that shit. I when I got into the Temple of Ascending Flame and did that first 7 days, I'm like, oh fuck yeah.
It's very painful, very painful.
Let's do it.
And
yeah,
that's
and
why,
that's the thing. We
yeah,
all
no, go ahead,
enjoy the
Ramona.
pain. We do because
Yeah,
we all went through that shit and never stopped. We just
yeah,
kept going. It's like,
Yes.
okay, what's next? Come
yeah.
on now.
And that's why I don't think anybody can be converted on this path. And that literally that saying there of many are called, right?
Yep.
But only a small amount of us are chosen.
Mhm.
Because I find it's the ones that claim to be, how many of us have seen the gung-ho person come on, male or female, come on the path, oh yeah, I'm this, I'm that, I'm so dark, I'm into this. They usually are the first ones to disappear.
Yep.
Yep.
They're usually the first ones gone out the door. And this is why I'm saying I don't think, see, one thing we used to do in older systems, and Ravana, you know this too, Dimitri, we used to go out and try, we used to call it tableaking,
Yep.
which is the Arabic word to convert people to see your spiritual system. See, I don't believe you can do that on the left-hand path.
Nope.
I think
No.
this is calling that is in you because like Ravana just said, you have to voluntarily accept and embrace when you make that intention to walk this path. So this is why I'm 100%, and I say a firm believer, not from a religious sense, but a believer based on facts and experience, that you can only stay on this path if you were chosen to be on this path,
Yep.
right? And I'm not
It
saying,
was just like what we had said earlier about shamanism.
yeah,
Like real shamanism is very very cliphotic, very left-hand path.
mhm,
And no, you don't go to a webinar and get a certificate and you're a shaman. No, you get
exactly.
ream steamed and dry cleaned,
Yeah.
just like
Yeah,
over here. And it's not a bunch of people that are doing it. And still to this day, there's
Yeah.
not a bunch of people that are really doing it.
Well, wouldn't
look,
the Clifosic system in itself be shamanic in its origin too?
I
Oh,
Because
do. I think
absolutely.
so. I
yeah,
think so.
Absolutely.
because you're dealing. Remember, we're dealing with not just dark forces, but nature, natural forces. The tree in itself is rooted in darkness and in the spiritual world, but in the physical world as well. So,
Hmm.
in its very essence, we're doing the work that is associated with nature, and nature has been demonized too. So when we
Yep.
say demons, hey, you're actually working with nature
That's right.
because that is what
Shit, what are the
has been,
Goetians?
yeah,
The Goetians are nature spirit.
Mhm.
all of them. Exactly. The jinn, all of them, all that stuff is, but it's a choice because all of those workings don't come easy. You
Mm-hmm.
know, people think, oh, I'm gonna work with this Goetia and they're gonna shake my hand, we're gonna be best of friends. No, you're not. That shit don't work like that. First of all, a lot of them will be like, what the fuck you want? Why are you here? You're disturbing me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I
Yeah.
I want I want the gnosis. I'm a fight for this. You know what I'm saying?
I've been
Oh,
in the OTO where they did Goetia. It was pandemonium.
yep.
And that's an important thing that Ravana just mentioned, and you just mentioned. Here's the other thing, and Lilith is like that. First of all, a lot of these spirits may not even want to work with you in the first place.
Mm-mm.
That's what people fail to understand. And this is why I know a lot of shit out there about Lilith is superficial, and more so for men than women. It's harder to connect with Lilith if you're a man
Yep.
as opposed to a woman. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. And if you have sexual disharmony and your sexual energy is out of alignment, Lilith will put you through some torturous shit. You
Yep.
might find yourself whacking off uncontrollably. You
Yep.
might find yourself chasing sexual energy. You're never satisfied because Lilith might see that weakness in you, and that might be drawn out of you to a point. I've seen dudes go into a state of uncontrollable frenzy, and it becomes an addiction. I'm trying to, I'm being clear. This is why when I hear this stuff about Lilith, for an example, I don't know where all this shit comes from
Mhm.
because I don't know that Lilith. I've never experienced a lot of this stuff that people are talking about. So my thing is too, I find on this path, there are some spirits for whatever, it could be certain things going on in your life at that moment. Some of them may not want anything to do with you.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay. Not
yep.
all of them, like Verona said, it's not all, oh, here I am. And like, oh, my son, my daughter. And they want to give you a big hug and embrace you. Some of them be like, I want to fuck with you. And they might
Yep.
have their reasons at that time. Because psychologically, something's going on in here where you're not prepared and to be receptive to that type of energy, where
Yep.
it could create psychosis. And Lilith will create psychosis in an individual who is not prepared to deal. When you're opening your mind up to that type of energy, you may not be in a good place mental wise to receive it.
Yep.
Hmm.
And I can tell you this, one thing I learned with Lilith over the last 3 to 5 years, she is not an easy archetype
Oh,
to connect with on the level. So this is why when I hear a lot of things, it's not to be judgmental and it's not to say any of us are better than anybody else, but I'm very suspect on a lot of the stuff I hear. I got to be
I
honest.
think, to be honest, I feel that some of the information people are talking about when it comes to Lilith is based upon their personal issues or trauma that they
Yep.
Yeah.
experienced.
Yep.
And therefore, that is where they're basing their information on. So, for if a woman had a traumatic experience
Mm-hmm.
and with a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all men become evil to her, then to her, she will associate Lilith as the prime archetype of femininity. Okay. And therefore, feminism. And so then she'll start to attack men
Yeah.
over and
Yep.
over and use Lilith as a scapegoat. And
Thank
that's
you.
really what they're doing,
I've
as
seen it.
if, Lilith is really not that. You men wouldn't understand. This is what
Yep.
I hear, right?
Yep.
So I feel that that is based upon a personal experience that occurred, traumatic experience that occurred, that then
100%.
stigmatized men, and then Lilith came as a result of them seeking something to help them cope with the traumatic experience. So then they feel that Lilith is this certain way, but
Mm-hmm.
Lilith is a personal experience. Beniti said it, Demetrius said it, I'm gonna say it
Yep.
too. What Lilith works with you as is different from what she may work Demetrius as or with Beniti.
100%.
It's similar. You will find general aspects that occur in ritual working with Lilith across the board. There's general things that happen, but then there's very personal things that happen that are just for you and you alone with
100%.
the working. But what happens is when we go wrong is when we generalize that and then try to use that as a sermon, okay, and preach that to other people that
Yeah.
Lilith is upset at the patriarchal system on the planet. No,
Oh,
that's a
God.
personal issue that you're using to then forecast to others that, you know, Lilith is not down with this. It's no, that's you not down with that.
Yeah, right.
Lilith could care two shits about what's happening here right now. What she's concerned
100%.
about, you came to work with me, you want to work, let's do work. I'm not concerned with what's happening all around here. I'm concerned with you and
With
you
you.
alone and what the shit you need, because you
There you
came
go.
to me.
Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
And
So-
I think this the mistakes people make. Go ahead, bro.
So we talked about sometimes there'll be similarities. What's one similarity? See if we all get it. What's the one similarity that we get with Lilith when we do work with her that you may
Man,
see
she
in a
changed. She
vision?
turn your life
Destruction,
upside
brother.
down, man. Turn your life upside down, man.
Yeah. Straight
She
destruction.
she made me realize that, man, my sexual energy was out of control. I'm not going to lie. And I'm not embarrassed to say that.
Mhm.
That was just something I thought was normal.
Mhm.
But I realized, look, it's not about suppressing your sexual energy completely, but at the same token, it's not about being devoured by it,
Yes.
because your sexual energy can destroy you,
Mhm.
right? I was fucked up about it. I mean, I don't hear any of that stuff. And also we have to understand there's different manifestations of Lilith.
Mhm.
My Lilith always comes in a vampiric form, fangs.
Yep.
You know, it's always very vampiric in nature. That's one of her many forms. So we also got to stop acting like there's one Lilith. People always act like, oh, there's just one Lilith. There's many depictions and masks and manifestations of
Mhm.
Lilith, just like there is many other spirits, demons, and archetypes. And please, I want to put this out there, and hopefully, can we stop tracing Lilith's orange back to the fucking Garden of Eden? Can we stop that bullshit?
Yeah, please.
That bothers the shit out of me more than anything, because Lilith goes way beyond the story
Predates
of the
that.
Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
Oh, that drives me more. See, when you come at me with like that, that just shows me how limited your understanding of Lilith is. That's one. Lilith does not have any of these spirits that we deal with. You cannot put a beginning or ending on them. Yes, people like to trace them back to particular systems of spirituality and dogmas, but Lilith goes way beyond the garden. We could trace her synchronization to Ishtar in ancient Sumeria, which predates the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about here? Stop doing that. See, I've learned we did that in old schools because that was our ego. Everybody thinks that, oh, if I can explain the very beginning and my stuff is older than yours, then I'm more deeper than you. I realized I stopped wasting time on all that nonsensical debate. The more important thing is understanding what the spirit and the energy represents and how you can work with it within you. Forget all that. I don't care about any of that. But please stop tracing her origins back to the Garden of Eden story. That bothers me more than anything. It goes way beyond that shit.
And one thing with Lilith that I think a lot of people, when they work with her, they miss. There's a very necromantic aspect to Lilith.
Oh, yeah.
We said, okay, we understand the vampiric, we understand the lustful, the sexual, but there's a very very dark work with her that you literally feel yourself dying. Like, you know, there's a spiritual death component to working with her. And when you enter her cave, you start to experience this. The cave is not sweet, it's not lit with all these fucking porch lights and all this shit. It's a cave where you don't know what the fuck is coming out next. You don't know what's about to hit you. You hear these sounds and all these fucking things around you, and you're wondering what's next. What's next is you about to be slaughtered, possibly.
Yeah.
You about to be opened up. You're about to be confronted, or whatever the case may be. But that's why I bring this up, because as Beniti alluded to, there's various aspects. There's probably thousands of different paths and aspects of Lilith. Because people do that shit when we were in fucking Santeria and shit like that.
Oh, yeah.
They always think of one Oshun. Motherfucker, there's plenty of Oshuns.
There's multiple
various paths of Oshuns, of Obatala, Yemaya, Ogun, all that. And we say, oh, I'm a son of Shank. Which one?
Which one?
You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing with Lilith. There's various aspects and paths of her. And we can't say that this is the ultimate path or this is the only path. No. Whatever your issue is, your trauma, your pain, your programming, your whatever, that's the Lilith that will
manifest.
End up working with. You understand?
100%.
All right. So Gramancy says, Brother Ravana, why is vampire sorcery slept on? Would I say it's slept on? I would not say it's completely slept on. It is slept on a lot. But what I would say is it's become less of a working system and more of a fad nowadays. The whole vampire is now just vampires, not so much vampire, sorcerer, and magic. A lot of that has been kind of pushed to the back because people are more concerned with the appearance of things.
Yeah.
I can go to MegaCon or Comic-Con and I can, dress up as a vampire with fangs, you know what I'm saying, in a cape and all these things, but it's become a fashion show. It's become a fad. So it's more so slept on because people have misunderstand vampirism as just something to do, something to look like, so on and so forth. So when they hear about vampire sorcery, I've done this before. I've asked people, they were like, "Huh? There's such a thing as vampire magic?" Yes.
Mm-hmm.
There's vampire sorcery, yes, because they don't know that it actually exists. They just think vampire and they associate that with Dracula right away,
Exactly.
right? And they associate that with Nosferatu. Scott, I'm not calling you, okay? Because there's Scott E. Nosferatu there. I'm not calling you. I'm just saying the name. But they associated with that. And the problem is they don't really have an understanding that it's an actual magical sorceress system. So it's slept on because of that. Because when you come in a left hand path, Beniti said earlier, a lot of people associate this path with Satanism. They do.
God, it pisses me off.
And Satanism, to be honest with you, is like a religion still. It is a
Mm-hmm.
religion. I don't give a
Yeah.
what they say. It's a religion.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, it's like the beginning stages of left hand path. That's where a lot of people enter because they're still rebellious. They're rebelling against the traditional religions they were raised in, society, so on and so forth. But eventually, when you get to a point, you start to look for gnosis or gnosis that helps you evolve and grow and transform. And sometimes that can be limited to a religious mindset in Satanism. Okay. But what happens is vampirism is not really talked about a lot outside of a few books, Michael W. Ford, Father Sebastian, some information that filters out from the Temple of the Vampire, okay, so on and so forth. Aset Ka, which is Michelle Ballinger, however you say her name.
Yeah.
Those groups are what you really hear about when it comes to vampirism. You don't hear much more beyond that. So it's not really talked about a lot, but it's worked upon a lot within the left-hand path, particularly even the Cliff-Eye. Because when you enter the first Cliff-Eye, Lilith Cliff-Eye, and you work with Naama, right?
Yeah.
That's a vampiric. That whole part there is like you're
Yeah,
being
the first three Cliff are
yeah,
like
it's just
extremely
straight
vampiric.
devouring. That's it.
Oh yeah. Oh
And you
yeah.
understand
and
it, you
Gamaliel
start-
is nothing but vampires and witches.
exactly.
Oh, Gamaliels, forget it. The obscene one. I mean, that's why it's called the obscene one. I mean, that is just the ultimate
Yep.
form of destruction. But like Rana said, I've always told people vampire magic. There's techniques in vampire magic that are look, you could practice vampiric techniques and don't even know about it. There's techniques in vampiric magic that can be used across the board in your spiritual practice.
Yep.
People don't realize vampire magic deals with such things as working with the highest forms of your chakras.
Mm-hmm.
It deals with meditation on a form you probably don't get mainstream. The concept of energy feeding, people don't even have the slightest clue of the power that's involved in that and the discipline it takes an individual.
Yep.
I find the reason why a lot of people are not maybe involved in vampire magic outside of the fact they don't know about it. I find out a lot of people aren't cut out for vampire magic because of the real intensity that it involves in dealing with certain aspects. It's energy work to the fullest,
Yep.
right? Now there is me myself personally, and this is what I connect with more than I connect with more of the Egyptian vampiric aspect of it, like Louis Marquise's work, the Ascetian Bible. That's the type of stuff I connect with. I mean, I pull from all different sources. You can find something in all of them. I'm not really into all that traditional stuff, the Gothic stuff, and the fangs and all that. I'm not knocking anybody that's into all that stuff. I don't care for any of it. I just don't have a desire or interest for it. And again, I'm not judging anybody for that. I find the ancient, When you study the ancient Egyptian roots of vampirism, and you go back to Pharaoh Unas of the fourth dynasty of Egypt, and they teach you about the concepts of Sekhmet and how she fed and the devouring of the gods, what that really represents. It doesn't mean she ate the gods and drank their blood literally. It's a high energy technique practice. It's the same thing when you're working with archetypes and spirits in any system. What you are doing, the archetype that you're connecting with, even if you have an icon on your altar, that's just a focal point or a symbol that you draw consciousness from. You don't worship a statue, right? You don't look at a statue or image. See, if I'm working with icons at my altar, they are just symbolic representations of consciousness that exist in my subconscious mind. So the imagery of a statue might bring that out. But here's the deep thing. You don't need any of that shit to do magic.
Nope.
This is why I've been telling people for the last 3 years hard, and it's been around for a while, when I'm about, you got to learn how to create your own astral temple. You got to learn to go into your mind. You could be on a plane, taking a flight for 2 hours, and you could be able to sit on that plane and do a ritual just with the power of your mind. You could be sitting in a park outside, just catching a cool breeze. And you got to know how to do a ritual while you're sitting on the park bench. Shit, you could be, I've been teaching people the last couple of years about music magic.
Yep.
I told people this. We've talked about this. Look, you want to know a really powerful form of magic? And this is all, and people don't realize that. You may not think this is vampiric techniques, but it is, because it's working with energy. All of us here are a certain age group, right? I know all of us three brothers here, we're pretty much close to the same age. Make a playlist. Try this shit. It's the most powerful shit in the world. Make a playlist of music from when you grew up. I don't care, from whatever genre. Could be hip hop, it could be R&B, it could be classic rock, it could be alternative music, pop music. I don't care what it is. I would suggest you do the technique where go by decades. Take all the genres, start when you can remember as a kid, 70s, 80s, 90s, into the 2000s and beyond. And anytime you get downtime, or if you exercise, you walk, whatever it is, play the music of a particular period of your life and watch how you start to time travel naturally and literally go back to those moments. Because to show you the power of that, you can hear a song. We can mention an old school hip hop song or old school R&B song. You could literally be taken back to that moment, to the point where your mind is so sharp and focused that you could hear a song and go, oh shit, I remember where I was in 1996 when I heard that Mobb Deep track. I was at that the house party in the Bronx, and my boy such and such was there. So I was wearing those sneakers. You can remember everything you were wearing, everything you had on, who was there. My question I pose to people, where does that power come from? Yeah. How is it that we're able to do that, but we struggle with everyday regular shit? If you can be that thorough and detailed to show you how this shit is really mental, and I'm saying this, what does this got to do with vampire magic and vampire sorcery? To do energy work, to be a real vampire magician, you must transcend the bounds of time. Linear time does not exist. Energy travel, astral travel, going into the astral planes on vampire magic, you must break that barrier of linear time. If you can't do that, you will not fully understand what vampire magic is about. It's critical and it's important. It's energy work at its highest form. That's the best way I could describe it. Now, I know, yes, there's other aspects to it, but from a spiritual energy perspective, and it's not easy. Anybody that says it's easy, it's not. It's a lot of discipline and it's a lot of work.
Yeah, and vampirism isn't just limited to feeding. Okay?
No.
There's healing. You can actually use the energy to heal yourself. 100%. That's something that people don't really speak about. Some would call it vampiric Reiki, whatever you want to call it. I don't care. The point is, you can use the energy to heal yourself.
That's right.
And this is something that's not commonly talked about, because people, all they think about is, well, vampires just feed. No, that's not true. And the purpose of feeding isn't just to fucking devour a person just to taste the fucking energy. That's not why you're doing it.
You could be for healing too.
You can heal. And a lot of times the energy that you are feeding from the person, you're tapping into the consciousness. So the consciousness of the person can pass information on to you.
Yep.
For example, if you have a biology test the next day, okay, and you are not sure if you're ready for the test or you feel like it, but you know some student in your class who's thorough and seems to get A's all the time. Well, a vampire would say, look, let me travel to the astral plane, tap into that energy, to the consciousness, and pass some of that information to me. And then they find they got an A in the test the next day too.
Because they
So
tapped into that consciousness.
yeah, there's a
Mhm.
lot of ways to work vampirism, but people just think about it as feeding because the books that are out there, that's what they basically tap into, but they're never
Exactly.
going to reveal all of it to you because vampire magic is really like spiritual system that's initiatic in its levels. Okay, so that's why they don't reveal all of it because I'm not going to share something with someone to certain levels of feeding, certain rituals that can hurt you if you're not ready for it. So I can't put that out there because unfortunately people just like to jump through hoops and fuck it. I'm gonna just go do this shit and then end up fucked up.
Yeah.
You can't do that in vampirism because
No.
you might try to feed on a person and not realize they're a vampire and they actually feed off of you. And you find out and wonder why you're drained the next day. You're like, well, you messed with the wrong person. All right, hold on. There's one more question here. No, it's like two things. So Vin Rusk, some of y'all names, fuck it. I'm gonna just do my best. Vin, I'm gonna say Vin. I once performed a ritual as I was holding a conversation with a person. I never thought it could be possible. You could do a ritual in any situation, any moment, any circumstances, and it's possible. All these things are possible because your mind is not limited to one track. You should focus on one track until you learn how to work more than one track efficiently, but you can operate on different tracks. That's possible, but master one track first before we, operate on different tracks.
Yep.
Gramancy says, especially amongst melanated people, talk about vampire sorcery like it's a bad thing, like it's something to fear. But from what I study, it's a high science that leads towards self-mastery. That's a fact. As a
Yep.
matter of fact, let me say this. It's not so much that they're scared or looked upon as bad is that they don't understand it. And some of that could be on the tradition. In voodoo, okay, certain voodoo schools or houses or temples, you have certain individuals that are tasked an assignment in that house or temple. Assignment is to devour those who shouldn't be in that house or shouldn't be in voodoo. That's their task. So in that respect, voodoo attach a negative stigma to vampirism. So
Yeah.
in those communities, they look at vampirism as possibly negative. Okay. So understand it's not so much that, it also depends on the tradition a person comes from, the historical, the race, the culture, the ethnicity. This is where we associate it from. But it is a high science towards self-mastery. Beniti said it, Dimitri said it. It's you need utmost focus,
Yeah.
concentration,
Yep.
discipline,
Yep.
and consistency. You can't be efficient in your work if you're not consistent. That's just bottom line for all left-hand paths, but especially
That's the biggest part of it right there.
yeah, you can't. So that's especially vampirism. Consistency is important and discipline. You have to have discipline because in order to work vampirism, and let's say you're working on a ritual and you're trying to master this ritual, you have to discipline yourself. I'm going at this ritual for however long it takes for me to master it. You can't slack. You can't make excuses because then you're basically going back to square one every time you start the ritual. You're not progressing. You got to give yourself if the ritual is 7 straight days and you do it one day, then you skip 2, you basically start it again. I don't care if you go to day 2, you basically got to go back to day 1 because what you did day 1 basically is erased in your mind after all the events in your life. It's less there. So it takes a lot of discipline. Now, you take that and you translate that to any other workings on the left-hand path, it's gold. You can benefit and master different aspects and traditions on the left-hand path because of the discipline, consistency, and working the energy in vampirism. It can lead to self-mastery on a whole nother level.
And please, people, a lot of people do work on this path. 99.9% of the work you do is not a one and done.
Yep.
You know how many people think, oh, I did, they reach out to you, they send you an email, man, I did such and such, it's not working. And then you ask them, well, what did you do? And then there's no body of work there. I'm like, Look, if it was easy as a one and done, poof, puff the magic dragon. Look, we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. It'd be so easy. Look, let me straight. This shit is work, people. Stop thinking you're gonna come on this path. It's a quick fix. All your problems are gonna be solved. I'm gonna do a few rituals. I'm gonna light a few candles, do a few invocations, and oh my God, I'm so powerful. I'm a magician in the store, so I'm gonna be wealthy. I'm gonna do six spells, and anybody that's promoting this path like that, stay far away from them, because that's not the perspective that we're coming from. If you really want to change your life and you really want to grow to the best potential of who you really are and put in the work, then this is the path for you. If you're not willing to do that and you think that in the shit you see on the internet and the movies, and you think that that's what the occult and the left, you're gonna get a rude awakening. And I think
Yeah.
to that brother's question, Grimancy, I think also the problem, this misconceptions, like we were saying earlier, with melanated folks, they don't have a true definition of what the occult and left-hand path is.
No.
Because a lot of them automatically, if you say vampiric magic or this, that, or the other, isn't that white people stuff? Isn't that European stuff? That's the reality. Because again, I hate to say it, and most people will say, "Oh, they think melanated folks think Bobby Panic is left hand. Panic and Bobby Hemmett were left hand path." And no disrespect to Panic, because brother transitioned on, but they talked about occult topics again. They were occult in that sense, but were they true left-hand path practitioners? No. And why am I bringing that up again? Not to beat a dead horse. I'm saying I don't think they know how to differentiate what true left-hand path is and the systems that are involved in left-hand path and vampiric sorcery or vampirism being one of it. They automatically hear that. And like Ravana said, they think of Dracula. And I'm just like, no, I don't fuck with none of that stuff. What are you talking about? That's that bullshit you read. And like Ravana said, there's very limited books on vampire magic. And he's right. They all, I'll be honest with you, I don't want to, they all pretty much are similar in nature.
Yep.
There's good stuff you can draw from it. I'm not going to lie to you, there's a lot of bullshit. Like, look, when you're reading authors, you got to learn to take the meat and throw away the bone.
Yep.
Like, for an example, there's a lot of stuff with Michael W. Ford that I like, that's okay. There's a lot of shit from Michael W. Ford I don't even fuck with. I think it's ridiculous and I think it's religious, right? Just like somebody can watch my channel, Ravana's channel, or Dimitri's teaching. There's going to be things, I'm not stupid, there's going to be things that people go, oh man, I'm feeling Dimitri's, Ravana, or Beniti. And there's going to be plenty of things they hear us say that they may not feel it, right? But it's not about that. It's just about taking the information and utilizing it the best you can for your own personal growth. I've always said for years, what I do is I just put information out there. What you do with it,
It's
it's
up to
your
you.
business. And Ravana will tell you the same thing. Sir, he turns his camera off. I turn my camera off. I'm focused on what's going on in my life. I don't give a fuck about nothing about any of this.
Yeah.
Our job is just to put information out there. You guys take it, do it as you see fit. If you love us, great, thank you. You like us, cool. Guess what? If you don't like us, you hate us, or you think we're crazy, I'm not losing no sleep over it. I turn the camera off, I go about my business.
Exactly.
I think what you had said about putting in the work it's very important. Like a one and done ritual is not going to get it.
No.
You know, I think a lot of people are foreign to the concept of doing tracks of ritual, like night after night after night after night, doing repetition and building. I mean, this is a science, and you're building an engine, a spiritual engine is what you're doing. That's going to propel you towards some particular level of evolution or some kind of change.
100%.
So continue to do it. Do the ritual. Have the discipline of I'm starting at night 1 to go all the way to night whatever. If it's 7 days, 9 days, however long it is, have the discipline to do it. Because you're wanting to see the results, then you do the work.
In 2022, with all the mass of the divine demonic feminine, it was a year working. 12 months I did, 1 month with a particular archetype for 12 months.
Wow.
There's, like you said, there could be working that's a few days.
Yeah.
There could be workings that are a few weeks. It could be a month. There are workings some people do that can be up to a year or more.
Yeah.
So don't email anybody and go, I did a ritual and it didn't work. Well, what did you do? They did one night candle ritual. Stop. Come on, man. Really? Don't even waste time emailing somebody about some stupidity like that.
Yeah.
It's true though. That's what we hear. We'll hear things like that, and then they expect us to give them a miraculous answer why it didn't work. There's no answer for that.
Well, see, that's the reason why they drop off too, because they're like,
Well,
damn, I got to do this for 4 nights in a row.
Yeah,
but let
that's
me
too
ask you
much.
something. Isn't that church mentality?
Yeah, it is very,
Yeah.
very. But
That's church mentality.
Yep.
you know, before you came on, Manny, we kind of discussed that whole aspect of the worship and the religious mindset and
Okay.
all that, because
Okay.
we went into that. You know, scientists actually have now proved we have a worship DNA in us. It's an actual gene that makes us worship things.
I can see
Always
that.
worship that. Then we also have another gene in us that makes us rebel and makes us
Nah, I can
want to
see
be
that too.
independent in mind and be free from that.
I got that, Jay.
Yeah, and see that's what occurs a lot. So when some of these practitioners or some people that come in this, I'm starting to learn that hey, some of them just still want to worship and they want us to give them a miraculous answer that's going to take them away from that. But I can't do it for you. You have to
No,
want to break
no.
free from worship, break free from that mindset that something is going to help, someone is going to save me. And no
That's
matter
right.
what, because the reason we got into this because you still find that mindset even here on this left-hand path where people are still seeking
100%.
spirit, a demon or something to save them or help or come save them or do something miraculous for them.
And here's how you see it. It's so funny you say that because how you could see that in certain people that come on this path. That's what I meant when I said earlier, you can't take old ways from previous systems and bring them on this path and think it's going to work. It doesn't. You know how you could tell people still stuck in that worship mindset? Listen to their questions, the context of their questions. They'll ask certain types of questions. Listen to them in their approach of how they do their rituals and how they approach their ritual work. Most of it, sometimes it's easy to detect is from a worship mindset. You never should go into any ritual worshiping a deity. We never bow down and worship anything or anybody. That's step one. And I keep telling people to get out of that mindset. Your approach in ritual, step one should be to walk side by side with spirit because you are that spirit and that spirit is you. So you walk, that's what I mean symbolically when I say you walk side by side with the demons, right? You don't worship them because if you take that mindset and you start working with an energy like Lilith or Belial, they will manipulate you psychologically. And if they see you're approaching them from an inferior concept, right? Your world's gonna get turned upside down. You're gonna be like, why did everything go left on me real quick?
That's exactly what we had been mentioning earlier too. We were talking about Palo Mayombe with
Okay.
people and the prenda.
Yeah,
The prenda is supposed to be something that you manipulate and use to change
correct.
things, but instead you got motherfuckers worshiping the thing like it's their mother or father.
Then they don't understand what
That's
a prenda is.
crazy.
They don't understand what a prenda is. And if you know your spirit in Palo Mayembe, right, it's the same thing. If you know your spirit in Palo Mayembe, you're supposed to understand what that spirit represents and how it's connected to you. So if you're, for an example, like mine was Sarabanda, which is a synchronization of Ogun, right? And if you understand what Zarabanda represents and what, let's say, your godfather or your godmother, the Polero, put in the prenda and how it was made, the very essence that's connected to you, the elementals and everything that's in that prenda. And this is why you can't go online and order a ganga pot or a
No,
prenda. People email me all the time. I laugh my ass off. I'm
I've
like,
seen
this is
them.
no fucking way, right? There's elementals connected in those things that are connected to you. Okay. So that's a great example of the concept. We're the living prenda. If you really look at it on the
Yeah.
left-hand path of the occult, you're a walk. It's like when we use the term we're a living altar. You are the living altar of magic. And we always use the term you're supposed to ritualize your entire life. But you are the living prenda. You are the living altar, right? So look at the fact that we all have altars we work with. But is it the altar that creates the magic, or is it you that creates the magic? It's you. Even if you take your tools on your altar, right? Your tools ain't worth shit. The only power those tools have is the power that you charge them with. So if your power is weak, Your magical tools ain't worth shit.
Yep.
Your ritual dagger isn't shit. Whatever implements you have on your altar isn't shit because you're not shit. See, people think it's the altar. So that means that's a worship. I'm saying that because if you think it's the altar that's providing the magic, you're under a system of spookism and worship.
Yep.
That's my point. The
Yeah.
altar is just a vessel of an extension of a magical power that's connected to you. And the power of it is only determined on how powerful you are in your understanding of that. So if you have a lack of understanding and power, your altar is basically a nice art piece. It looks nice.
Yep.
Oh, that's nice. Looks great. Got no power though.
That's why I
Because you have
say,
no power.
I tell people you're gonna practice your magic, practice it deliberately.
Yeah.
You know, directly empower all of that shit. Directly animate all of that stuff. Directly animate them spirits and gods and whatever.
100%.
You are live it deliberately, you know?
Yeah. I mean, look, we have to take that approach. It's so hard. And I'm glad you brothers talked about that early. It's so hard to get people out of system of worship because they still come with the God complex. They still come with the sky daddy. Like they're still looking for some sky daddy to give them salvation. I hear it even the most high God. I had some dude come on my YouTube channel about a week ago talking about we're supposed to worship we're supposed to connect with the almighty wise gods. Who are the almighty wise gods? Like, what kind of stupidity is this shit? And you're on the left-hand path.
Yeah.
But this is the shit that I'm talking about. So what a lot of people do is they leave Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Ifa, Santeria. They leave all these Kemetic studies, all these different paths. And then what they do is replace it with the occult in the left-hand path. Now Lucifer becomes the most
new
high,
Jesus.
the new Jesus. Yeah. And that's not going to work, people. I can guarantee you, you were better off staying where you were at rather than, because if you bring that, what that does is that brings more conflict and confusion in here. And this is why I say you got to be careful for people that are all over the internet now, because unfortunately, the occult and the left-hand path has become kind of commercialized now. I see people infusing it with new age shit, with voodoo and hoodoo, and not explaining it correctly. Now, if I'm talking about voodoo, if I'm talking about any form of Ifa, I'm telling people, you look, you don't do any of that traditional stuff. You work with them as archetypes like you would with anything else on this path. So you could still work with that stuff if you choose, but you should never work with it from a traditional because that's a worship aspect. But people want to come on this path and they just want to all they did was replace this with where they came from. It does not work. I can promise you it causes more conflict than anything else. Like, look, I'm not knocking anybody. Like they think people that hail Satan and that's that Church of Satan stuff. And to me, if you're hailing Satan or worshiping Satan like that, how does that differentiate from a Christian praying to Jesus or God? I don't see the difference.
Same thing.
100%.
And that's one of the biggest problems we all recognize and realize. When people come to us, they still want to worship. And there's not much we can do for them until they break that worship, because regardless, they're going to go into the work worshiping and
go fuck them up.
Yeah, it's going to mess them up every time. Those energies ain't nothing to fuck with, to play with. And psychologically, you'll get screwed over and over.
Yeah.
So, that is one of the biggest things that we've noticed over time that is hard to break for many people is worship. That is, it feels like people just can't rely on themselves. Like they just can't put the power and the onus and the accountability and responsibility. They can't do it. It's just like, I have to give it away. And I know we've all experienced this. It's just, they just can't seem to break free. And that's when you start to realize, this is more than just a fucking problem. This is something that's really deep down inside of people.
Embedded in you.
Yeah. You know
but
what
you
I'm saying?
hit it on the head earlier, Vanna. Like you say, that part we can't do for them. We can't do that part for you. Nobody can. That's something in your work that you have to raise yourself up to. Now, for some, it comes quicker. Some, it's going to take longer. Like people will always say, is there a particular ritual I could do to get rid of that? No, there's not one particular ritual. It's the consistency in your work that's going to
Yeah.
get rid of that. That's the point. So, no, is there a ritual to fix my religious dogma and programming? No, there's not one particular ritual for that because everybody's deep programming is extensive. Everybody's gone through different systems of indoctrination to different levels. So I can't tell you that this particular ritual is going to work. You've got to be willing to stay consistent. And yes, there's going to be struggles in that. Yes, there's going to be some frustrations in that. Yes, there's going to be some difficulty in that. But guess what? I promise you, if you stay at it consistently and you really work on it, I've seen people overcome it. I've seen people work through it and then start to navigate through the path successfully. But then I've seen the other side. This is the facts. I've seen people get scared right back into Christianity. And guess what happens? When people hit a bump on this road and they can't deal with it, it becomes too difficult, or some type of trauma stops them in their tracks, I find people go back to say Christianity 100% harder than they did when they were there the first time.
Oh yeah. They're
It's
gonna bust the gates wide open.
wide open.
They're the
And
super
but that goes to
worshipers.
show you everything that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yep.
100%. Brothers, listen, I got to excuse myself because I got to get up early in the morning. My son's got a hockey game. So I got to take a shower. Look, man, this was fun. Hopefully schedules permit, we could catch up. I enjoyed this.
I'm gonna connect with you and find out we could do it again and have Sar on here too. So
that'd be awesome, man.
Yeah. I was about to shut it down, brother. Midnight. I was about to say peace to fuck out.
I got to get up at about 6:30, 6:45. But man, I was glad to catch you, brothers, man.
Yeah,
all right,
it's
brother.
good to see you, man.
Have a great night.
You guys be good, everybody, man.
All right.
Be good, man.
Yep.
Appreciate you.
Yep, you too, bro. All right, so we had a surprise guest appearance by Brother Beniti. That was fun.
That was cool.
Yep. So I'm gonna give my closing statement. I'll have Demetrius give his closing statement, and then we'll go from there. Finish this off because it is almost midnight, and y'all ain't gonna keep us on here past midnight because it's my witching hour, and I turn into night stuff. So, all right. So, closing statement. One of the underlying and overlying themes of tonight is consistency, discipline, all right, is essential for your work on this path. Without that, you will find that you're not obtaining the best results that you possibly could. You have no one to blame but yourself for that because it's the time and effort you put into this, okay? You could blame Demetrius, you could blame me, you could blame Benita, you could blame anybody you want to. But it ultimately comes down to you and the time and effort you put into this. So consistency is important. Discipline is important, okay? And doing the work is of the utmost importance. Those three things work together. So focus on that. You will find your journey taking you to greater places, greater heights. Don't forget that to invest in yourself is the greatest investment you can make. Okay? We're not out here just talking for our health and benefit. All right? We're serious about this work. This is why we have classes on Patreon. We have Tunnels of Set. We have, which is when we're done with Tunnels of Set, we're going to transition right into Cliff Off. So if you want to learn the Tunnels of Set and how it connects to the Cliff Off, it's perfect time for y'all to join. We have a Necromancy class taking place right now that we're always going to, take the basics and evolve in our work in Necromancy. We have a Vampire class, essential for those to want to grow and learn in vampirism. That class really will take you there. As a matter of fact, we're actually in the process of transforming the class and bringing in different aspects to the vampire class. Okay. We have a Awakening the Sleeping Dragon class, which teaches breathing techniques and different techniques that helps you in your vampiric work. All right. So we have that. I have a shadow work class. No one signed up for that. So that just sits there. And I have a Jinn class, how to work and do Jinn magic, but that sits there. No one signed up. That's just what we presently have going. Demetrius does the bulk of the Tunnels of Set teaching. And from my feedback that I've received from others, it is really helping others in their left-hand path work, Tunnels of Set work, and their Cliff Off work, so on and so forth. You might want to think about it. It's essential that if you're attracted to the cliff off, you also learn about the tunnels of set. It really is essential. I know people don't talk about the tunnels of set as much, but the tunnels of set are the tunnels that are intersected and connect with the major cliff off.
Mhm.
Okay. So that's why when you look at the cliff eye, you'll see all these other little lines going through there. Those are the tunnels that connect you with the major cliff eye. Eric Jones not working when you click on it. All right, I'll look into that, Eric, and I'll fix it tomorrow, but I'll put it in here right now just for you. I don't know why the heck it ain't working. I'm gonna have to investigate. But let me just type it in. You can click on there now and let me know if this link works for you as we're speaking now, okay? Just let me know before we get off here. But yeah, so these are the classes that are taking place now. As a matter of fact, the next Cliff Off, I mean, sorry, not Cliff Off, fuck. You know, I'm tired because it's getting late, but fuck. The next Tunnels of Set class is actually coming up this Thursday. The Awakening of Sleeping Dragon class is this Thursday. On Friday, we have the Vampire class and Necromancy class. And then for those who are in the Sith class, we actually have that coming up Saturday as well. So this perfect time for any one of y'all that want to get down. Okay, work, cool. There it is. For any one of y'all that want to get down, a lot of the classes are $85 per month. When you look at it, not that expensive. Okay. It's like what, $8 a week? No, $9 a week. Whatever. The point is, the classes are there. They'll help you in your transformation. And then when you feel you got what you need, you keep it moving. All right. Demetrius, take it away. Say your final words.
Yep. Well, I mean, just like Ravana said, it's the consistency of the work that is going to carry you through. And when you start the process, or any process, not even just cliff off, but any process in your spiritual work, stay with it, no matter how bumpy it gets, because it does have another side to it. And that discipline and focus is going to help you. I mean, of course, the base subject of tonight was necromancy, and that type of focus and consistency is extremely important in that work because you can just wind up just being haunted, and that's it. and that's not going to be cool. So just keep the work going and stick with it. That's it.
All right. So I appreciate y'all for coming out here this evening and riding with us, hanging with us.
Yeah, we hung out a long time. We haven't had one this long.
Yeah, we haven't had a 4-hour class in a minute. Hopefully this class does its work when it's up there on YouTube. But y'all have a great infernal night. Do your ritual work or whatever else you about to get into. All right. I'll see y'all soon. Hold on. Let me go on fucking YouTube here because I mean not YouTube. Fucking this shit. Zoom and disconnect. All right, Demetrius. We'll talk.